Chapter 194. Lionel smiled. The evolution didn't take very long at all. In fact, it could be considered to have happened in the blink of an eye. The lab setting doubled in size. But surprisingly, the outside view of the segmented cube actually shrunk by a size down to a 5-meter radius. In addition, it seemed that its exterior was a level sturdier. At the very least, the force eruption no longer seemed to affect it as much anymore. Lionel didn't have time to slowly figure out what changes occurred, so this time he directly asked the dictionary. Ping. Replying to seed, Phase 1 of segmented cube provides suspended animation and the black grade soothing water. Phase 2 provides the bronze grade soothing waters and evolution nurturing. Lionel raised an eyebrow. What is evolution nurturing? Ping. Natural treasures within the means of Phase 2 can be nurtured for growth. What is within the means of Phase 2? Ping. At and below the 4th dimensional grade. After a few more questions, Lionel came to understand everything. It turned out that he was right to store the ores and herbs he gained within the snow globes. In there, they could be nurtured to slowly grow and produce more of their kind. Though it would still take a long time, it was better than nothing. In addition, according to the dictionary, he found more cores of the same kind. He could place them within the same environment, and they would be able to mutually work together to expedite growth. After knowing this, Lionel immediately separated the snow globes into groups and put like minerals and herbs together. He didn't even have to stand to do this. After entering Phase 2, especially with his powerful spirit, he was able to control most of the matters of the segmented cube with his mind. These ores would become especially important to him in the future. Not because of force crafting, but rather because of a special ability of his metal synergy lineage factor. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to explore this right now. Lionel finally tried to push himself up. But what he could have never expected was that he would fall flat on his face an instant later. What the hell? Why am I so heavy? Lionel's expression changed as he swept his spirit over his own body. The change to his stats left him speechless. Lionel Morales strength 4, 57, speed 0, 87 agility 0, 63 coordination 0, 91 stamina, 113 plus 0, 05 nullified. Reactions, 203, spirit, 5, 98 force, 0, 61st. He was stunned that his strength actually more than doubled. But in return his speed and agility had actually fallen by more than half, not to mention his stamina. On top of that, his coordination, which had once been among his highest stats alongside his spirit, had actually plummeted as well. He immediately understood. His metal synergy lineage factor had actually increased his weight by so much. Now he wasn't much different from the metal grade invalid he had met all those months ago, having great strength, but even greater limitations to his ability to use it. Lionel didn't panic after realizing this. He didn't believe that such a powerful lineage factor would have such a great weakness. If he was no different from a mere grade invalid, the metal synergy lineage factor wouldn't be worth all the praise and adulation the dictionary gave it. After taking a breath, Lionel used his overwhelming spirit to sweep through the changes in his body. Soon he found the problem. Though the runes on his skin had already disappeared, that was just a superficial measure. The runes that ran through his blood vessels, and even more importantly his bones, had yet to recede. After a moment, Lionel felt he could control them, and slowly forced them into retreat. Soon the heaviness of his body vanished. He realized that his strength was still great, being above 3,000, but the reduction to his speed was much less exaggerated. In fact, compared to before, his speed and agility had also increased. Lionel Morales, strength 327, speed 217, agility 264, coordination 201, stamina 498 plus 005 nullified. Reactions, 203, spirit, 5, 98 force, 0, 60. My lineage factor is still in its infant stages. If I was with the Morales family, the moment I completed my awakening, I would immediately start absorbing all sorts of precious ores. But I don't have the luxury to do so right now. There were two main abilities of the metal synergy lineage factor that allowed it to reign supreme. The first was its divine metal absorption ability, and the second was its divine armor deity ability. Lionel believed that the weaknesses in his lineage factor would all be solved by the time he began to practice these two abilities. Lionel was beginning to feel that his stat system was too limited. When he finally had time to relax, he had to think of something better. With that thought, Lionel stood and entered the abode setting. He had to speak to the other three youths. However, he didn't expect the three of them to look at him as though they were seeing some kind of monster. If it wasn't for their masks, their expressions might have been even more exaggerated. Flowing Wind stepped forward, looking Lionel up and down. "Handsome. How'd you get more handsome?" Flowing Wind looked up at Lionel, with a serious expression. The changes in Lionel were simply too exaggerated. Now he stood just over 2 meters tall, crossing the 66 mark. His skin was just as tanned as it had always been, but it seemed smoother and more flawless, even to the point of radiating an incredibly faint bronze light. As though this wasn't enough, his dirty blonde hair had become a bright copper color. It was like his hair had been formed by individual, flexible filaments of the metal, sweeping across his shoulders with an inhuman sheen to it. But the greatest change was to his aura. They all gravitated toward him uncontrollably. As unreserved as Flowing Wind usually was, even she felt somewhat stifled at this moment. At this point, he really did look like some Roman god. Huh. Lionel tilted his head in confusion. He hadn't observed himself in the mirror. Even when he used his spirit to observe his body, it was only the inside of his body, so he had no idea why their reactions were so exaggerated. That said, he didn't have the time to mind it. "I'm confident in bringing us all away now and have a way to mature the Force Crystal Mine Core. Stay put here, I will take us out soon." With the segmented cube gaining such a Phase 2 ability, Lionel really could mature the core now. Everything should have been made simple, but the only issue was that the situation outside had changed, leaving Lionel a bit helpless. Thanks to the evolution of the segmented cube, Lionel could even access the situation outside its walls now. First, the little mink had woken up, and was even curiously observing the force eruption. If that was all, things would still be fine. But with the increase in his spirit, Lionel could finally see the edges of this vast kilometer-long space clearly. Thanks to that, he noticed several tunnels he hadn't in the past. And one of those tunnels led to a valley a group of people were currently exploring. It wouldn't be long before they found this place. Chapter 195. Lionel dropped down from the segmented cube, a hint of caution in his pale green eyes. But after a moment, he realized that he was indeed correct. Even without activating his runes, the force eruption only put a minor amount of pressure on him. It was enough for him to feel uncomfortable, as though he was suffering from a stomach ache. However, it was no longer enough to threaten his life. And this was without his using a force skin. Lionel knew that if he activated his force runes now, even if it was only the crown of the fourth door, this discomfort would vanish completely. However, there was no need to do this, at least not for now. He still wanted to observe the situation. How long will it take to mature the crystal core if the segmented cube used its evolution nurturing ability? Ping. 12 hours 23 minutes and 4 seconds. Lionel was pleasantly surprised. Just half a day? But after some thought, he felt that this made sense. The segmented cube was a treasure from a higher dimensional world. In addition, its goal was to evolve the crystal mine into the fourth dimension, not the fifth. As such, how could it not do so with ease? Despite learning this, Lionel didn't have the segmented cube begin so quickly. In fact, it might very well be the force eruption that helped Lionel make it through this. Lionel's spine tingled, causing him to subconsciously turn in a certain direction. This damned little mink. Lionel realized then that his thinking might have been a bit naive. He had almost forgotten that there was another being who could ignore the force eruption as well. At that moment, the little mink was still gliding around the walls of the force geyser. After Lionel's spirit had crossed into the fifth dimension, not only had the range of his internal sight increased explosively, even to the point of being capable of crossing tens of kilometers, but force of the fourth dimension was no longer able to hinder his senses. So, whereas in the past he could hardly see the situation around him in this place, now everything was as clear as day. In fact, it should be said that fifth-dimensional internal sight should be capable of far more than just this. After all, A fifth-dimensional entity acting upon even the fourth dimension was akin to stomping ants, let alone a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world like this one. But unfortunately, Lionel was still limited by the weakness of the rest of his body. Still, in this sort of situation, it was more than enough. I don't think it knows him here. But should I battle it now, or? The little mink might have only been 10 meters from him, but it had no ability to see or sense Lionel. After all, not everyone had spirit as monstrous as him. At that moment, Lionel's senses latched onto a hearty laughter. If he was only relying on his ears, this laughter would have never reached him. After all, there was too much force in the air, making this large space, that should have been a great echo chamber, become insulated from noise. Lionel's lip curled. It seemed that they had finally found this place. Why not make my two enemies fight one another? Outside the force mine, Simeon couldn't hold back his laughter. He was usually a reserved individual who thought of nothing else but his own struggle for power. But at this moment, he was genuinely too happy. Lionel and the other youths had only made it to this place barely a month ago, but he had already been here for much longer, looking for a path to the Force Crystal Mine. He had always known it was here, but it wasn't as though he could ask the Slayer Legion for their map. Unfortunately, he had really met too many struggles. What should have been a quick and easy mission to infuriate the Slayer Legion had become a test of his own mental fortitude. But now it was perfect. Everything was worth it now. In fact, the force eruption was also a great help to him. With it, it would be unlikely that the Slayer Legion would send their promising youths here. It was too much of a risk. In addition, they couldn't send anyone of the elder generation, or else his own backers wouldn't sit idly by. I can steal all your wealth and you can't say anything about it. How satisfying. After regaining his calm, Simeon's expression once more settled back to his usual haughty air. 7. Take the vanguard. You must last 10 minutes, or of what use are you to me? Yes, young lord. Simeon named all his subordinates by numbers even though they had their own names. Even the Wurrat Lionel had killed before was known as Rat 006, one of his more precious test subjects. However, those who could be called by numbers without prefixes were most definitely the most powerful of his men. After taking the vanguard, Seven's force surged. But he wasn't the only one. 8 men and women stood around Simeon in a protective circle. However, around them, in an even larger encirclement, there were at least 30 other warriors. It was these 30 that also surged with force along with 7. The force coalesced, winding together almost like a living, breathing beast. To the naked eye, it seemed as though nothing at all was happening. However, if one had awakened internal sight, it would truly be something worth witnessing. The force rose up. At first, there was only a vague cube-like manifestation. But soon, this cube began to break into peaks and valleys. The start of the process was slow, but akin to a ball rolling down a hill. It became faster and faster. Then it seemed like in the blink of an eye, it all solidified, forming a grandiose palace. No, it was more accurate to say that this was a small replica of a palace, only capable of housing 100 or so people if they all stood as close as possible to one another. At this point, the palace had become corporeal. Like this, even those without internal sight could make out its vague outline. And to those with internal sight, it felt like an air of majesty was crashing down upon them, wanting them to kneel in submission. Simeon and his men huddled together. After their young lord was satisfied, they walked through the path they had found, stepping into the boundless underground world of the Force Crystal Mine. Simeon felt like he was walking on a cloud. If he knew that Lionel hardly reacted to this world of crystals, he would have shamed him as a country bumpkin. This place was filled with billions of force crystals. Just how many elites could be raised by this kind of mine? However, Simeon knew that it would be foolish to try and take it all away. This was still the Slayer Legion's territory. His plan wasn't to seek out these little benefits. What he wanted was the Force Crystal Core. Even though the Force eruption was outside his expectations, he still had methods to deal with it. In addition, he was also excited about the natural treasures that could be birthed in this environment. Force crystal mines were always accompanied by such treasures. I'll retrieve the core first. Then, I can seek out other benefits after it's secured. The group continued to walk forward. Their destination was very easy to spot. After all, a geyser of white that could even be seen with the naked eye was right before them. Lionel watched all of this happen from within the force geyser, feeling quite helpless. There were such techniques to protect against force eruptions as well? It truly made his own methods seem poor by comparison. In the future, when he gained enough skill to upgrade the dictionary, he would most definitely change this straightforward habit of its, "Go on, little mink, help me vent some of my frustration." The moment Lionel had this thought, the little mink had already pounced, causing him no small bit of pleasure. However, his smile slowly faded, giving way to a cold intent. The monocle-wearing bastard definitely needed to die today. The little mink was feeling quite pleased with itself. It had been the first to find this place thanks to its small size and unique abilities. Walls. How could they possibly stop it? It could pass through them with ease. Unexpectedly, its ability was actually triggered to another level upon reaching this place. Now it was even more formidable than it had been in the past. The only detestable thing was that someone had actually attacked it in its sleep. How despicable. Didn't that person see how adorable it was? How could it stand to attack it? Luckily, it had great abilities and that despicable person hadn't been able to touch a hair on its noble head. Or else how would the world live on without it? The little mink didn't think much about these things. It only knew that if it had gained so many benefits just from being so far away from the force eruption, how many more benefits would it gain by approaching the center? Something was telling it that there was something very good over there, but there was also something else telling it that it was very dangerous as well. So, it ran around the outside, sometimes on the ground, sometimes gliding through the air, trying to see if it could get a greater sense of what was hidden inside. It could only sigh to itself as it continued to circle the force geyser. It had found such a good playmate. It was a shame that its playmate had disappeared. It couldn't sense its playmate as easily as it had before. The little mink looked up and bared its adorable little teeth. Yip. Yip. Someone actually dared come here to snatch its things? Were these the despicable people that attacked it? It was definitely going to teach them a lesson. Chapter 196. The members of the Brazinger family were caught completely off guard. In one instant, they were happily thinking about all of the rewards they would reap on this journey, and in the next, a flash of black light appeared before their palace of force, crashing into it with a loud bang. The little mink rebounded off the shield, confusion coloring its adorable features. It was clear that it hadn't been hurt by the rebound. In fact, this was a benefit of its Shadow World ability. Its body was perpetually existing on two planes, so any attacks it suffered would only be half effective. It could only be said that the little guy had a truly broken ability, and who knows how it had evolved now. Still, that didn't stop the little mink from being shocked. The only thing it had ever been unable to go directly through was the light attacks of its playmate. It didn't think that this illusory palace could also stop it like this. If the Brazinger family people knew what the little mink was thinking, they'd likely be coughing up blood and rage. Though the little mink hadn't managed to cross through their defenses, its actions had caused Seven to directly spit up several mouthfuls of blood. The backlash was so severe that the palace nearly collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact Seven feared what his young lord would do to him if he really let the palace fall, the technique would have collapsed in the first instant. Young lord, this little beast has comprehended a force-strengthening deviation. The four-corner palace formation won't last long. Simeon's expression darkened. This little beast actually dared to ruin its plans like this? Unfortunately, Simeon's ability wasn't beast taming. Beast taming was just a product of him putting his genetic manipulation ability into effect. In order to do this, he needed his victim to be completely restrained, and he also needed time to perform several complex calculations. It was completely impossible for him to take control of this little mink with ease. However, after a few moments of thought, his frown gave way to a smile. A beast that had comprehended a force-strengthening deviation? How valuable was that? Though he had other beasts of this caliber, it was clear that this little mink's force-strengthening deviation wasn't normal. It was very likely of an exceptionally high grade. Lionel watched all of this from a distance, his expression growing solemn. The little bastard actually didn't manage to break it in a single hit. By Lionel's estimations, that charge attack of the little mink carried with it over 300 points of strength. With it concentrated into such a fine point, its power per square inch was a few levels above even the explosions Lionel's quasi-bronze energy shield suffered all those months ago. Yet his chain necklace almost shattered completely back then. What did this mean? It meant that this technique, a formation technique as that man referred to it as, was at least on par with his chain necklace. 4-3-2, go deal with that little mink. Don't let it near the palace formation again. Yes, young lord. 2 women and a man dashed out from the formation. The 2 women were 4 and 2 respectively, while the man was 3. 4 carried a bow and a quiver of arrows, 3 carried a 2-handed sword, and 2 brandished a whip that had a length of over 10 meters. Lionel quickly matched these 3 with the information he had gotten from his interrogation. Simeon's abilities were still limited. For now, he could only provide boosts to physical attributes. Though Rat 006 had had a mental ability, he had awakened with it even before he was genetically modified. Thanks to Simeon, the stats of all 3 of these warriors hovered around 300. However, if they undid the genetic lock Simeon placed on them, they would gain a 20% boost to their abilities. After matching the descriptions and weapons together, Lionel understood who they were. 4 had a great telekinesis ability, allowing her to control her arrows within a range of 50 meters. 3 had a great energy type ability which sharpened his force, essentially giving him the equivalent of a force strengthening deviation. Finally, 2 had an S-grade metal manipulation ability. The links of her whip had small metal veins embedded into it, not only making it far sturdier than a normal whip, but also allowing her deft control over it. That is definitely not the limit of 2's abilities. I need to be careful of her. As an extra measure of caution, Lionel used the dictionary to double-check the information those 2 captives had given him. After confirming their abilities, he nodded. At this moment, the little mink and the 3 had already clashed. Or rather, they had tried to clash, but all the attacks they levied went right through the little mink. The 3 warriors turned serious. 3 took a strong step forward. His internally cultivated force was entirely focused on maintaining the force skin around him. However, his ability had shot into overdrive, causing the air to whistle around his great sword as he swung toward the little mink. The little mink dodged to the side by a hair's breadth, leaping toward the spine of the sword to run up it. However, in the next instant it cried out and jumped backward, its little paws having been injured. It's weak to force strengthening deviations, 3 said confidently. With his ability, he could rip out force from the air and sharpen it to magnify his attack. Though the force was too volatile in this place for him to have great control, in some ways, this was also a benefit. If not for this, how could the spine of his blade also be sharp? Hearing his words, the eyes of the 2 women lit up. Wang. Wang. Sharp winds kicked up around 2 while a fiery blaze lit the tips of 4's arrows. Without pause, they launched their next attacks. Yip. Yip. The little mink's back arched as its hair stood on end. It bared its little teeth. This time it was truly enraged. Chapter 197. The little mink knew that all this wasn't normal. There were beasts on this island that had force strengthening deviations as well, but they had still never been able to hurt it. The only explanation was that this place, while restricting the control these 3 had, was also amplifying their strength as well. It wasn't as though the little mink's thoughts were so intricate. It mostly worked on instinct, having the intelligence of a 3-year-old child at best. But what it did know was that if the abilities of its enemies were amplified, so were its. The little mink brandished its small claw, swiping at the air. A scythe of black manifested, tearing through the fearsome momentum. In the blink of an eye, it was already several times larger than the little mink that had cast it out. However, its power had also been spread out just as well. Despite this, the expressions of the 3 warriors still changed. 3 took the vanguard, roaring as he slashed downward. 4 rapidly retreated and 2 brandished her whip like a cyclone, creating a barrier of sharp winds and clanging metal. The 3 were forced into a furious retreat. Looking toward the enraged little mink, Apprehension colored their expressions. That attack had been greatly diluted. Yet it still took the three of them working together to dispel it. Just what was going on with this little mink? Beasts this powerful shouldn't be on this island. According to the ranking system set out by the Slayer Legion, such a beast could only appear on an A-sector Project Hunt island. Why would it appear on a B-sector island? One had to know that these regulations were tightly controlled. Project Hunt provided a great opportunity, but it could also pose a great threat to Earth as well. They were essentially raising powerful enemies for themselves. So how could these islands not be tightly monitored? The only explanation for this was either that this little mink had only recently evolved to have this level of strength, or that it was simply too good at escaping. It might very well be both. Realizing this, the three grew serious. Though each of them was confident in taking on this little mink alone, they were on a timeline. The young lord had already said he wanted 7 to last for 10 minutes. With how demanding the young lord was, one could deduce that lasting for this period of time was definitely difficult. Now that the formation had actually been damaged, it was likely that he would last for even less time. If that was the case, 7 would have to be swapped out. But 7's abilities were the most suited to being the core of the formation. In that case, they had to end it as quickly as possible. For was the first to react. Her body began to morph, her long, slender legs growing in size as large pink wings appeared to her back. Her nose grew in size as well, becoming slightly more hooked in nature as she shot into the skies, brandishing her bow and arrows time and time again as though she couldn't tire. 3 reacted swiftly as well. His body grew half a meter in size, his back becoming somewhat hunched over. Muscles bulged along his arms and a patch of dense hair burst out from his chest. 2 was the last and experienced the least changes. However, if one looked more closely, it was possible to see that her nails had gained a metallic hue and grown about an inch. In addition to this, her pupils grew just a slight bit more narrowed as though she was a feline prepared to pounce. From 4 to 2, each seemed more human than the last. But it became very clear, very quickly, that this only made them more powerful. 3's speed was completely unlike what it had been before. With 4 raining down flaming arrows from all sides, the paths of retreat the little mink had were completely limited. The little mink dodged time and time again, trying to find an opening to lash out, but its intelligence was still too lacking. It wanted to get rid of the annoying man in front of it, but it would fall into a rage whenever 4 shot an arrow at it. Like this, it kept bouncing back and forth between wanting to attack 4 and 3, causing it to end up threatening neither of them. 2 didn't attack at all. It was clear that she was content to observe the situation, stalking her prey. The yips of the little mink filled the space. Even with the noise-nullifying effects of the space, its enraged calls traveled far. It jumped about wildly, sometimes using the ground and even sometimes using the air as a platform. But it seemed to be getting nowhere. In the distance, Lionel couldn't help but sigh. This little bastard is so useless. You gave me all this trouble yet you can't take down even one of them? Though Lionel was shaking his head, he knew it wasn't because the little guy was weak, but because it didn't know how to use its strength. Usually beasts could make up for their lack of intelligence with strong physiques and large bodies, but the little guy had neither. Lionel suspected that the little guy's ability was great, but it was also highly dependent on how it was used. In Lionel's hands, he would likely be undefeatable of Earth with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't his ability, nor did he have the means to control beasts. The little mink finally couldn't take it anymore. It charged ahead recklessly, its deep black eyes holding a hint of red. 2's gaze narrowed as her forearm flexed. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Even Simeon's lip curled into a sneer. Don't kill it, it will have its uses. 2 nodded in acknowledgement, but her whip had already pierced forward. It shot out like an arrow, leaving a streak of black and silver in the air. However, the little mink's burst of speed was out of all of their expectations. It appeared before 3, baring its teeth. Its hair stood on end as though trying to make itself seem far bigger than it was. 3, though caught off guard, was still a veteran of many battles. He sunk into a practiced stance, using this momentum to slide a small distance away. Knowing that his sword was too large to be used at such a close distance, his left hand dropped from the hilt and pulled a knife from his hip, slashing out toward the little mink. However, what he couldn't have expected was for the little mink to completely vanish. Seeing such a scene, Lionel finally grinned. He was wondering why this little guy hadn't used this ability yet. It used it all the time against him. He almost felt like the little mink was playing favorites. The knife slash completely missed. 3's eyes widened in horror, but it was already too late. The little mink's claws tore his foreskin to pieces, tearing out a piece of his neck. Unfortunately for the little mink, 2's whip also arrived at that time. With her metal control, she could adjust her strike even while it was in the air. How could she not react appropriately? Bang! The little mink was sent flying, its torso completely ripped through, leaking out a black, foggy aura along with dripping crimson blood. Chapter 198. Lionel sighed. Though he hated the little mink for annoying him for so long, he still couldn't feel happy seeing it end like this. The truth was that the little mink wasn't just annoying him. The little guy had almost driven him to his death many times. Whatever, it's best it dies like this. It's too great of a variable. Go and collect it. Simeon's voice rang out. We're running out of time. When Lionel heard this, his expression changed. It wasn't because Simeon was so uncaring about the death of 3, but rather because he had forgotten to consider what would happen if Simeon took control of the little mink like he had done all the other king beasts currently protecting the hive. Lionel had no doubt that the outside world was currently in chaos right now. The beasts from the ocean had most definitely long since charged onto the island. Maybe the only reason they had yet to cause changes in the hive even after so long was precisely because of the beast kings under Simeon's control. Simeon was already so powerful. If he gained a subordinate like the little mink, it would really be over. If I had known it was so weak to force strengthening deviations, I could have killed it a long time ago. Damn it! The recklessness of his past was really coming back to bite him. Back then, he had used harpoons to target the little mink and not light elemental force. Had he used the latter, he probably wouldn't even have to worry about it. Lionel knew about Simeon's ability, but he didn't know anything about exactly how it worked. He didn't know how long it would take for Simeon to take control of the little mink. If it was instant, or even if it was just a few minutes, Lionel would be in trouble. 5, one of Simeon's subordinates, had great healing ability. It was quite possible that if Simeon could take control of the little mink, Lionel would be in a world of trouble. Even after all this, you're still giving me problems. Without another choice, Lionel grit his teeth and rushed out of the force geyser. At the very least, he had to kill the little mink before it could be of any use to Simeon. Or, he just had to defeat them before Simeon had the chance to get his hands on the little guy. It could be said that the very last thing the Brazinger family members could have ever expected was for another person to suddenly come rushing out of the force eruption. Simeon was especially shocked. He didn't immediately recognize Lionel because the changes in him were too striking. Plus, the last time he had seen Lionel was only for a brief moment in the Governor Duke's residence. And back then, Lionel had had a tired and disheveled appearance, nothing like the valiant aura he was giving off now. The true reason Simeon was shocked wasn't because he recognized Lionel, but rather because he knew more about force eruptions than Lionel had just a few days ago. Charging out of a force eruption like that should have been impossible, unless, retreat. He's very powerful. Simeon immediately took command. He knew he couldn't be laid back any longer. At this moment, his true disposition took the lead, causing Lionel to raise an eyebrow. It seemed he had underestimated Simeon a bit. However, that was all. He knew that Simeon was on a time crunch. But unlike Simeon, he didn't have to worry about the force eruption at all. A spear appeared in Lionel's hand as he leapt into the air. He didn't want to make it obvious that his target was the little mink. After all, the 3 warriors were much closer to the little beast than he was. If he made his target obvious, they might first retreat with the little mink. However, if he targeted 4 first, it was a different matter entirely. The expression of 4 changed. So fast. Not only had Lionel awakened the wisdom branch of his snowy star owl lineage factor, but this had caused an indirect boost to his control over the light element. Though he should still be at the first stage, there was still a 10% boost over his previous speed. By the time 4 realized that she just might die, Lionel had already appeared before her. She couldn't help but shudder when she looked into Lionel's eyes. There was a cold, calculating glint within them, as though he didn't care about how many lives he reaped. In reality, this wasn't the case. Lionel was inherently a person who didn't like to kill. However, he no longer let it rule his mind. As a result, he could focus on the battle entirely. This cold look in his eyes wasn't indifference, but rather was the state he entered when he activated his ability. His thoughts whirred past at impossible speeds. The world became a series of numbers, angles, and probabilities. The entire battlefield was reflected in his mind, becoming no different from his chessboard. Lionel's treasure shoes glowed green as he shot forward, reaching an even higher level of speed. His spear pierced through the air, appearing before Four's throat. How could Four even defend? She was an archer. Even though her close combat skills were also not bad. What could she do to Lionel? Four's eyes widened in horror, looking toward the spear piercing through her throat and spine as though she still couldn't believe it. Even as her eyes dulled, she still couldn't. Why didn't I fly away? These were the last thoughts she had. Her shock hadn't come from Lionel's speed or his power, but rather the fact she really hadn't thought of something so simple. How laughable, a veteran of battle like her, dying in such a way. By this point, Tu had also reacted. She completely forgot about the little mink. What did it matter if there was another enemy right before her? But what happened next shocked her even more. Instead of dodging her whip, Lionel actually reached out a hand to snatch it. Tu thought he had lost his mind, but also inwardly sneered. Was her whip really so simple to catch? Even a normal horse whip could lacerate a human's skin. In addition, she had already assumed that the light beneath Lionel's feet was related to his ability, so he couldn't also have a defensive ability, right? But reality was cruel. Beautiful bronze runes covered Lionel's hands and forearms as he snatched the whip out of the air. A stinging pain assaulted his senses, yet other than reddening a bit, his skin wasn't affected in the least. With a single pull, Tu was sent flying toward him. She really hadn't believed that such a thing would ever happen. However, she didn't panic like Four had. The whip around Lionel's arm snaked forward, trying to wrap around him entirely. After all, Tu's ability was metal control. Wasn't Lionel looking down on her too much trying to do this? Tu snorted as she allowed Lionel to pull her through the air. She could almost see the sight of Lionel being strangled to death by her whip. But once again, reality was cruel. Trying to control metals in the presence of a Morales family heir? That was a bit too naive. Tu felt that the loving connection she had always had with metal suddenly disappear, as though it had been cut off by some cruel and callous person. By the time she realized the situation wasn't good, Lionel had already pulled her to within 3 meters. In fact, his spear was surging toward her forehead without the slightest bit of mercy. It wasn't fair. She had too many other abilities. She still had the needles she always kept around her hips, and the armor that always protected her torso. Yet it all seemed useless. A moment of overconfidence ended her life. Plus, even if she had time, could she control her needles in Lionel's presence? And what use was an armor if his target was her head? Tu's eyes dulled, staring at Lionel's spear in the same shocked manner Four had. Chapter 199. Lionel landed heavily on the ground, a long breath leaving his lips. His body felt good. He couldn't explain it with any other words. He just felt free and much better than he had ever before. He sent a glance toward the little mink who was currently lying in a pool of its own blood. Forget it, it can't do anything to me in that state anyway. Consider this payback for all that hell you put me through. Whether you live or die is up to yourself. Lionel shook his head. It seemed he was still a bit too soft. But he excused himself of this folly by remembering that Simeon was standing right before him. This was a much greater enemy. Lionel's gaze turned cold as his eyes met Simeon's through the cracking palace formation. A hardly concealed animosity flickered within him. Simeon frowned. Why did that gaze seem so familiar? Suddenly, a tremble coursed through his body. He had seen that cold gaze before. It was a gaze that pissed him off whenever he thought about it. It's you. If it was anyone else, Simeon's words wouldn't have reached him through the volatile force. But Lionel heard him just fine. Still, he didn't bother to respond, opting for shooting forward instead. Simeon's expression flickered. Retreat. Retreat. One was an exceptionally tall man. He stood beyond normal human limits, reaching 2.5 meters. Yet, instead of seeming slow and lumbering, he had a sharpness to him that made it seem he was the one of normal height, whereas everyone else was too short. He always considered himself to be invincible. At the very least, there shouldn't be more than a handful of people on Earth who could match him in strength, while those families were still forced to stay in hiding. So when he heard his young lord so decisively order a retreat, he felt dissatisfied. It was like the deaths of 4 and 2 had little to no impact on him. In his eyes, he could kill the 2 of them just as easily, if not more so. "Young lord, let me handle him," one said confidently. Simeon looked toward one. However, his eyes didn't carry the pleasant surprise one was expecting. Instead, it held a hostile light that made his heart tremble. "This young lord ordered you to retreat. So retreat." One was stunned. Was the situation truly so bad? Simeon couldn't be bothered to care about one's feelings in this moment. One had to remember that the dictionary had broken down Simeon's abilities into 2 lanes: genetic manipulation and reinforced mind. Mental capacity several times that of normal individual. Special emphasis on eyesight. Similarly to Lionel, he was able to estimate a person's stats by looking at them. He could immediately grasp that in his current state, there was a high chance that Lionel could suppress and kill one. Though it would take a while, the one commodity he didn't have now was time. In addition, he had noticed the light elemental force that boosted Lionel's speed, and the odd runes that coated his hand when he caught 2's whip. Both were anomalies he had no way to account for. All of this didn't even account for the most important matter. Lionel was standing in this environment without the slightest hint of a force skin. Everything led to just one conclusion. They were greatly disadvantaged in this place. Simeon's heart couldn't help but clench when he thought of a possibility. What if Lionel waited until they approached the force eruption to act? Would they even have a chance? Could it be he's an impulsive fool? Or is there another reason he would make such a clear mistake? If Lionel was just a fool, this was still fine. Such an enemy wasn't one Simeon had to worry about. However, if not, suddenly Simeon trembled again. He suddenly remembered the disappearance of his 2 lackeys. If Lionel caught them and interrogated them. Simeon turned his gaze toward the little mink corpse and immediately understood everything. However, instead of being relieved that Lionel didn't know how his ability worked, he was instead several levels more apprehensive. This opponent. He had to be killed. Both Simeon and Lionel wanted the death of the other. However, neither had an easy path toward this. Not only was Simeon's evaluation of Lionel now several levels higher, but so was Lionel's evaluation of the former. He had never thought that Simeon would be able to so decisively choose to retreat in the face of so many benefits. Lionel hadn't missed the subtle look Simeon sent toward the little mink. He immediately guessed that there was a better than 80% probability that Simeon had realized the reason he stepped out so quickly when it would have benefited him more to wait. However, Lionel had no intention of letting them leave so easily. He wanted Simeon's life even more than the latter wanted his. Lionel's body flickered forward, appearing before the cracking palace formation. 7 had only just managed to stabilize the formation when the young lord ordered a retreat. In truth, he had been sighing a breath of relief. He knew he definitely wouldn't make it to the 10-minute mark Simeon expected of him. But at this moment, all his hopes were completely shattered. Bang! A sharp light pierced through the protective film. The palace formation crumbled like shattering glass, revealing 7's figure. 7 violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Let alone defend against Lionel's coming attack, he could hardly stand on his own 2 feet. However, Simeon had also been prepared. His 8-lensed monocle spun around his left eye, complex calculations sweeping by at blinding speeds. Lionel's path was immediately blocked by several of the lesser guards Simeon had brought. He had already lost 3 numbered warriors, he couldn't afford to lose 7 as well. Simeon had brought over 30 people with him, each of whom were force wielders. Though alone they weren't enough to take a single one of Lionel's strikes. Together they were enough to obstruct him for several moments. Lionel frowned. Should he take it out now? Not even an instant later, he shook his head furiously. He couldn't risk using it against humans, or else his ending would be no better than Joan's. Damn it. That little mink really screwed me over this time. Lionel's flashing spear force reaped 3 lives in the blink of an eye, but one group had already picked up 7 and rushed 1. To make matters worse, Simeon's retreat had been even faster. Simeon stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be standing on nothing, shuttling through the air like a flying god as he retreated. But Lionel knew that this was just Six's air solidification ability. Lionel's eyes narrowed, but he didn't continue to chase. He knew what kind of support Simeon had outside. At this point, he could only blame the fact Simeon was far more intelligent and cautious than he had given him credit for. Lionel didn't know if even he could retreat so decisively. Simeon had already called for retreat the instant Lionel charged out from the force geyser. The importance Lionel placed on Simeon rose several levels higher. However, Lionel didn't feel down. He didn't believe that Simeon would leave this island so easily. He would most definitely surround the hive in a death trap. Lionel's lip curled into a sneer. While you wait patiently for me, I'll be reaping all of these rewards. While Lionel was thinking this, Simeon's line of thinking wasn't much different. Simeon's red hair fluttered in the wind, his red eyes piercing through the skies. Why not let you gather up all the benefits for me? I'll just take them off your corpse. Chapter 200. He won't be an easy opponent. Lionel flipped his palm, causing a pistol to appear in his hand. As Simeon disappeared through the path toward the valley, he fired off several shots. However, these shots weren't for Simeon at all. Rather, they mowed down several of his subordinates. By the time they disappeared completely, the more than 30 number Simeon had come with had shrunk to barely half of that. Though he could see Simeon's furious gaze, Lionel didn't bat an eye. After they truly disappeared, he turned back, entering the force geyser once again. This time, he didn't hold the segmented cube back any longer, and directly allowed it to begin speeding up the growth of the force crystal core. After he came out once again, his first instinct was to begin exploring the other tunnels connected to this mine. The tunnel Simeon went through only led to the valley outside, but the others had a high likelihood of having precious natural treasures. However, he stopped when he crossed over the bleeding figure of the little mink once more. At this point he was left speechless. Wasn't this little guy supposed to be terribly wounded? Why was it that it seemed like it was just taking a nap? Lionel shook his head. He couldn't allow any more variables to occur. So he coated his hands with light elemental force, scooped up the little mink, and tossed it into one of the segmented cube snow globes. He really didn't know what to do with that little mink. Maybe in the future when he grew powerful enough to be confident in easily subduing it, he could let it go free. After dealing with these matters, Lionel's smile returned. There were 12 hours until the segmented cube accomplished its task. And this wasn't necessarily a deadline for him either. Lionel grinned. Consider this as a bit of payback, old man. Who asked you to bully me for so long? Lionel wouldn't feel the slightest bit bad about robbing the Slayer Legion blind. Old Hutch could only blame himself. Lionel dashed toward the closest tunnel, having stored numerous snow globes within the spatial bracelet. He followed the tunnel's winding paths, relying on the dictionary to detect precious ores. It wasn't very long before he gained rewards for his efforts. Evolution ore. Herb ore was an important foundational ore and provided the basic network of strength most force crafts needed. Evolution ore worked similarly in that it strengthened ores, but its use was more miraculous. Depending on the ore kind, it could serve all sorts of functions. It could fuse 2 separate ores to create a new ore sharing both characteristics. It could be applied to a single ore and boost its effects compared to others of its ore family. And it could even be used as a catalyst to speed up ore growth. Much like herb ore, evolution ore was one of a kind. There was only one kind of it, but it was separated into many different stages. The evolution ore Lionel found was black evolution Oregon. So it could provide such effects on any black grade ore and below. In translation, this meant any ore within the 4th dimension and below. Lionel was happy with this harvest. This vein of evolution ore had enough essence for 7 pieces. Essence was a unique concept that only applied to certain rare natural treasures. It was a method of calculation. Essentially, for an evolution or to achieve its basic effects, it had to have a certain amount of this essence. The reason why this was important was because of the fourth ability of evolution origin. If 10 pieces of black evolution ore were fused together, they could form bronze evolution ore. If 100 pieces of bronze evolution ore were fused together, they could form silver evolution ore. In order for a piece of ore to count as one, it had to have enough essence. There were very few things that could combine things of lesser quality to form treasures of higher quality, but evolution ore was one of them. If I could find more evolution ore, just enough essence for 3 more, I would be able to use a 5th dimension ore as the foundation for my divine armor. Lionel's eyes lit as though they had caught on fire. The 2 core abilities of his metal synergy lineage factor were divine metal absorption and divine armor deity. The second was the very reason why the Morales family had evolved to become such good force crafters as well as warriors. Divine metal absorption allowed one who had awakened their lineage factor to absorb metals to strengthen themselves. This wasn't a foreign concept. After all, Lionel had been looking for the special vein or dimensional cleanse mentioned. That vein or would have allowed him to strengthen his force pathways. However, whereas a normal person would only be able to absorb these very special and niche ores, the Morales family wasn't limited by this at all. The special vein ore known as force vein ore, and specifically black force vein, or for Lionel's current needs, could only be considered normal in strength. The only reason it was so sought after was because its special properties allowed normal force cultivators to absorb some of its essence. However, Lionel could absorb much stronger ores and strengthen his force pathways with metals others couldn't even imagine using. This ability was already enough to explain why the Morales family could stand so tall. If someone's body was as strong as metal, was it even possible to harm them? This was completely unlike the grade invalid Lionel had met before because this would also encompass Lionel's inner organs. However, what was most shocking was that this wasn't the Morales family's only earth-shattering ability. It could even be argued that divine armor deity was more exaggerated. As long as one opened the 4th door of the metal synergy lineage factor, it would be possible to absorb metals to strengthen oneself. However, one needed to open the 7th to gain the right to build one's own divine armor. This ability could be considered the fusion of a force crafter and a warrior's dream. It allowed one to forge one's own divine armor and make it a part of one's body. This meant that even without a spatial treasure, one could summon their divine armor to protect their body as they pleased. What made this even more exaggerated than the metal absorption ability was that divine armors allowed a Morales family member, who had opened the 7th door, the power to share abilities with the ores they formed their divine armor with. If they absorbed a wind elemental vessel, or depending on the quality, they would just as easily gain wind elemental force strengthening deviations. The more exaggerated the abilities of the ore, the more powerful the divine armor would become. Of course, one had to be exceptionally careful with what they chose to make their divine armor out of. After all, it was impossible to be a master of all. If one made their divine armor a hodgepodge of ores with no clear direction, you'll only end up being a jack of all trades without any sort of real power. The reason Lionel was so excited was because opening the 9th door gave him the right to attempt to absorb and use quasi-5th dimensional metals into his divine armor. But his father had left him behind a note that made his thoughts run wild. If he used evolution ore as the core of his divine armor, it might be possible for him to form a 5th dimensional divine armor, while his body was still in the 3rd dimension. After all, one mustn't forget that Lionel was still currently forming his foundations to enter the 4th dimension. Lionel's heartbeat quickened. Though divine armor could easily be discarded and reformed, it was best to pour one's heart and soul into one for each major tier of power. If Lionel managed to have such a good starting position, it wouldn't be necessary for him to discard his divine armor until he entered the 5th dimension. However, he was getting ahead of himself. He still needed to design his armor, and he still hadn't decided what ores he would use either. Plus, just because he found 7 evolution ores here, didn't mean he would definitely find another 3. Who knew how long it would take? There was one last problem as well. According to his father, this was all just a theory, Even he hadn't tried it out yet. He hadn't had the computational abilities to think of it when he was young, and by the time he realized it was feasible, the evolution ores he needed for his tier of power were simply too rare. Who was to say his old man wasn't screwing him over again? Chapter 201. Lionel carefully put the evolution ore away before moving on to the next source the dictionary had detected. If he simply left things as they were, it would probably take decades for the segmented cube to naturally form the remaining essence he needed. Though Lionel had no idea whether this was considered a long time or not, he still felt that he didn't want to wait it. So he was already hoping against hope that he would find another deposit of evolution ore again. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Evolution ore was an impossibly rare metal, even more rare than dual elemental metals. Finding a single deposit was already enough luck for a lifetime. However, Lionel wasn't very depressed about this. He was still a poor soul who thought that if he could find it once, he could do it again. But he had no idea just how long it would take him. If he had, he might have cried a few tears already. The current Lionel, though, was still ignorant of his current circumstances. His mind was filled with thoughts and designs for his divine armor. But with every new ore deposit he found, his mind would change again, leaving him in an endless storm of thoughts he couldn't extricate himself from. After leaving the evolution ore deposit, he found 3 different kinds of fire elemental vessels. One was exceptionally good as the base of short-burst treasures. Another was good for maintaining high temperatures for an extended period of time. And the last was a combination of the first 2, though being weaker in both respects. When he left those deposits, Lionel found a wind elemental vein, or not long later, and he thought of how cool it might be to combine the 2. If he formed a divine armor with a fire base and wind veins, its multiplicative power would make up for one of his greatest weaknesses, his attack power. It was a shame. Lionel had what was likely the strongest ability on Earth, but he was still at a disadvantage purely because his was of the sensory type. Toward this, he could only feel helpless, so he thought it might be a good idea to form a divine armor that could make up for this. However, soon after that, Lionel found another wind elemental vessel. Lionel was quite familiar with wind elemental vessels. After all, the first ore deposit he had found after coming here was the Whispering Breeze Oregon. This wind elemental vessel was known as Fluttering Leaf Oregon. It was exceptionally light to the point it felt as though one was holding on to a piece of foam, or a cloud rather than a metal. After finding it, Lionel immediately had a vision of soaring through skies with wings of metal. Following this, he almost completely abandoned the idea of a dual fire-wind divine armor entirely. After all, another one of his weaknesses had always been speed. This was especially so when he fully activated his metal synergy lineage factor. However, even this fantasy didn't last for long. Lionel found another incredibly rare ore. Though it was also an elemental vessel, or there were tiers of separation between their rarity and value. Elemental vessel ores of the fire, wind, earth and water variety were the most common. Beyond that, there were what were known as unique elemental vessels, and they included the lightning elemental vessel Lionel had just found. Damn. Lightning is cool too. This lightning elemental, or was known as Second Strike Lightning Elemental Oregon. It was known by this name because it needed a catalyst to activate. Once it did, it would be able to amplify the result with a second strike. This lightning elemental, or was especially beloved by force users who could be classified as mages like the Mayan priest. This was especially so for mages who had lightning affinities, lineage factors and abilities. This was because such people could use this, or to speed up their thinking and reaction time, allowing them to finish their casting better. There were many other applications to this ore as well, but what Lionel knew was that if he absorbed its properties, due to his lineage factor, he wouldn't need to be a lightning affinity mage at all to gain the same benefits. This is no good. Every idea seems better than the last. Lionel could imagine building a lightning divine armor with this ore as the base. Not only would he have great offensive power and speed, but it would also be capable of supporting his ability as well. Would giving him even faster thinking speed be like putting wings on a tiger? Due to all of these ideas and thoughts, an incredibly weird scene began to form. Lionel, who should have been happy with all of his gains, was suddenly grumbling about as though it was a bad thing for so many ores to appear here. If others knew, they might hate him even more than his indomitable persona. As Lionel grumbled, he communicated with little Tali as they began to melt through another wall. Lionel realized that after he awakened his metal synergy lineage factor, his ability to communicate with his familiar reached a new high. In fact, he found that based on their new and improved synergy, Lionel could replicate the effects of someone with a grade designation a substage higher. This meant that even without reaching the superior grade 1 designation, Lionel's skill was actually no less than such a person already. It was no wonder the Morales family chose metal spirits as their ideal familiars. Ruor. Bang. Just as Lionel was lost in his thoughts, thinking of new divine armor designs, a loud roar suddenly shook his mind as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily against the opposing tunnel wall, causing all the air to be knocked out of him. If this had been before he awakened, Lionel was certain that he would have broken several bones, and even coughed up several mouthfuls of blood from this impact alone. However, maybe the most shocking thing was that this roar hadn't come from a beast that managed to make its way into the hive. It had come from the wall Lionel had just been excavating. Chapter 202. Lionel heavily crashed into the ground, but his eyes never left that faint light beyond the crack in the wall. Domain ore. Lionel breathed out a hot breath. Normal ores could only contain their special properties within the walls of their bodies. Whether it was elemental vein or vessel ores, there was no way for them to show off their might outside the actual materials they were formed out of. However, domain ores were different. Not only did they have special properties, but it was also able to project those special properties into the outside world. This manifested as an aura that could send even Lionel flying. In truth, the runes of the metal synergy lineage factor also had this effect. Once one opens the 9th door, one would gain the Force Halo runes. These runes manifested a domain that asserted an air of dominance. It was due to releasing a bit of that dominance that Lionel could suppress Tu's ability. There were also other applications of it, like forming a gravity domain as well. Though, in Lionel's current state, he wouldn't be able to activate it for long. This domain or Lionel had stumbled upon had roared, sending Lionel flying. There was no doubt it was exceptionally powerful. The highest grade ore Lionel had found to this point was a Tier 7 black ore. The second strike Oregon ores like the evolution ore and the herb ore were considered unranked. This was already a great boon for Lionel. However, for this ore to be so powerful even through such a small crack, it was at the very least of the Tier 8 black grade. The other ores couldn't really harm Lionel. As long as he was careful, with how high his affinity for metals were, he wouldn't receive any backlash. But clearly domain ores were different. They were among the most dangerous ores to gather. Lionel took a deep breath and stood, walking toward the crack again. This time, he released his lineage factor fully. He could feel his blood seething as thrown his entire body had been through into a furnace. Beautiful bronze runes appeared across his body, forming a crown on his forehead and soon, even forming a halo above his head. Gusts of winds kicked up around him as the bright lights of the domain ore dimmed. It was as though it sensed a threat looming over it, so it retreated as quickly as it appeared. Lionel was quite shocked by this outcome. He had thought it would be more difficult. But he wasn't complaining. Though he found the violet lights around his body now to be quite beautiful, he didn't think it was out of the norm. At the end of it all, he was still a bit in the dark about such things. Soon, the ore was exposed completely, bearing its full nature for Lionel. As expected, it's a soul-type domain or Lionel shuddered. If his mind hadn't been reinforced by his snowy star owl lineage factor, he would have suffered far more. This domain or was another favorite of mages. Lionel didn't know much about that world, truth be told. All he knew was that this was a top-class material for crafting wands and staffs of the like. It could amplify soul force attacks. Lionel had been correct. This was a Tier 8 black grade, or known as Howling Tiger Oregon. It's a shame that it's an attack-type soul domain ore, or else it would amplify that treasure by several levels. Lionel took a deep breath and carefully put the ore away. He no longer dared to be as absent-minded as he was before. And he also realized now that these gains weren't a joke either. If any of these ores appeared in a knowledgeable world, who knew how many would fight for them? Lionel found it shocking that the Slayer Legion would treat this place so casually. Was it that they didn't know? Or were they that negligent? In the end, Lionel had to admit he had a striking advantage. How many treasures were as good as his dictionary at finding these deposits? But at the same time, he affirmed to himself to keep these gains a secret. Even though he didn't feel bad stealing from the Slayer Legion like this. After all, he would be saving so many of their young geniuses very soon. There was no need to tell them anything about it. I've spent a lot of time here. The core should almost be matured. I should head back. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't find any more evolution ores, nor did he find another garden like he had earlier. It seemed that garden was a one-off rarity. As Lionel walked back, he clutched a pound of herb ore in his palm. If one looked closely, it was possible to see the grayish-black or losing luster, as though something of it was being taken away. Of course, this was Lionel using his absorption ability. According to his father, to lay the best foundation, he had to first absorb as much herb ore as he could. He wasn't allowed to absorb any other kinds of ores until his body was saturated with herb essence. Only in this way could his body withstand the formation of a powerful divine armor. Luckily, Lionel had found large deposits of herb ore dotted across this hive. He could even be considered part of the nouveau riche since it was the world's universal currency. As Lionel was on his way back, he casually paid attention to the dictionary. He hadn't expected to actually detect anything. After all, he had already been through this passage once. He was only making his way back. But unexpectedly, there was actually a reading. Lionel raised his brows. Are you crapping out on me? Why didn't you detect it the first time? Though Lionel thought this to himself, he still made his way to where the dictionary mentioned. But oddly enough, the signal disappeared. Huh. Did it really crap out? Lionel frowned, his internal sight blooming forth and blanketing the general direction. But he sensed nothing. Huh. At that moment, Lionel suddenly felt like his internal sight had been cut off, as though he lost a portion of himself for a moment. It was an incredibly surreal feeling, as though he was standing in two different worlds at the same time. In that very instant, Lionel understood exactly what it was he had found. He was too intelligent, and his foundational knowledge of all things related to force crafting was too profound. After all, he didn't want to lose out to his detestable old man. It was another domain Oregon. But this one, the Howling Tiger, or couldn't even shine the shoes of Warping Domain or Warping Domain Oregon. It was a quasi-bronze grade Oregon. However, what truly made it special wasn't its grade, though this alone was enough to make many go crazy. After all, an ore was capable of forming treasures many grades above its own should the force crafter be skilled enough. No, the reason this ore was so valuable was because it was of an exceptionally rare family. Just like Howling Tiger ore was of the soul type, Warping ore was of the spatial type. Warping ore had the ability to create an independent space. Its defensive abilities were infuriating. It could make a single step feel like an entire mile. If I combine this into my divine armor, Lionel's heartbeat quickened. Chapter 203. Outside the hive, the world could only be described as anarchy. The corpses of beasts filled the islands and oceans, causing the salty winds to carry a grotesque metallic fishy scent with it that made one's heart shudder. As expected, the oceanic creatures had completely lost their minds, rushing for the Project Hunt Island without any sorts of reservations. Unfortunately, many of them were completely unable to do much of anything on land. This truth led to a tragic scene. Many animal carcasses lay near the shore. Large and small fish and once majestic sharks lay dead, rotting in the open air. Beside them, even those creatures that could breathe air like whales, eels and dolphins found themselves without the ability to move on land, leaving them completely stranded. However, this reality didn't stop them at all. Even now, many were still struggling, madly swinging their tails and fins as they tried to inch just a bit closer to their target. This scene played out all across the island. Most of the creatures fell near the shore, but some managed to travel deeper, causing the dense forest to be littered with corpses. All of this alone was enough to paint the picture of the cruel reality wrought by the force eruption. But things further in were even worse than this. Not all the beasts were stalled by their immobility. Among them, there were still creatures like crabs, lobsters, frogs and turtles that made their way through. Many of them were freshwater creatures that still somehow managed to make their way to this place, making it all the more obvious just how wide the effects of the force eruption had reached. Beyond them, there were other creatures who normally wouldn't be able to make it this far who managed to awaken abilities that broke past their usual limitations. This resulted in scenes of fish swimming through the air, unwilling to allow anything to stop them from reaching their destination. But reality only grew more cruel. Even when these creatures managed to pass the initial barrier, they were met by yet another. Many creatures died trying to pass over the valleys. They lacked the intelligence of humans and didn't even consider trying to find another path forward, only believing they had to follow their senses toward the dense surge of force. Corpses began to pile up within the valleys as beast after beast fell to their deaths, their agonizing screams being the only marks they left on the world in their final moments. This should have been enough. By now, the number that had died touched the tens of thousands. Many of these beasts didn't have great abilities or power. They only came here seeking out a chance and they paid for it with their lives. But things still somehow managed to get worse. There was a small percentage of beasts that did manage to make it through. But instead of being rewarded for their efforts, they were met by a legion of beasts left behind by Simeon. Another bloody scene was left. How could those beasts compare to the organized assault of the Beast Kings? They were just a loose pile of sand, sporadically entering the center of the island without a thought other than getting closer to the source of force. Even with the Bear King dead and the Spider King heavily injured, the beasts were slaughtered one after another. At least in the beginning. Though the beast horde couldn't compare to the Beast King Legion, what remained true was that there were just too many of them. While each Beast King only had 100 or 2 under their control, the beasts came in tides of a few hundred each time. If it wasn't for the fact the Beast Kings only had to defend one direction thanks to the valleys, and that most of the beast horde couldn't compare to the Beast Kings in strength, they would have already been overrun. Even then, after a week of this, the Spider King finally fell to his injuries. A week after that, it was the Tiger King who fell. With each successive death, the protective army grew weaker. The loss of a Beast King also meant that their legions would scatter as well, losing their minds just like the horde of beasts that was attacking them. This is madness. A familiar young girl stood on the branch of a tall tree outside the center of the island, looking forward as though her eyes could pierce through everything. On the opposite side of the same tree, a familiar young man stood as well, shaking his head. I knew that a force eruption could cause a lot of trouble in a low-level world like ours, but I still didn't think it would be this bad. It can't be helped. The beasts haven't fully developed their intelligence yet. The girl mumbled. The higher level the world, the rarer and more valuable force eruptions were. But at the same time, it would come with more intelligent beasts who could think and reason just like humans could. In such cases, would they lose their minds like this and charge ahead without thinking of the overall situation? Of course not. That said, that didn't mean high-level beasts would ignore such events. In fact, it might even be possible for those high-level beasts to take advantage of the less intelligent ones beneath them to clear out all opposition. But still, even in those cases, the scene would be much more controlled. Should we go? If we let any more of those Beast Kings fall, it'll be even more difficult to want to get them out of that hive. The young man said. Don't you find it weird that these beasts are just standing there? There has to be a reason that they're the only ones who didn't lose their minds. It might be that one of those promising youths has a beast control ability. If they have a beast control ability, why did they run to the hive instead of charging out of the island? With control over that many, it would have been easy. The only logical conclusion is that these beasts are controlled by the Brazinger family people, so we have to be more cautious. As though confirming her words, the young lattice eyes narrowed as she noticed a young man wearing an odd monocle walking out from one of the tunnels with his hands clasped behind his back. Just by his red hair and eyes, she could tell that this young man was from that family. The beasts immediately reacted to this young man's appearance, taking defensive stances around him. The young woman sighed. Sometimes she hated being right. Suddenly, the situation changed once again. Let alone the 2 old Hutch had sent. Even Simeon looked up with shock evident in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The white geyser of force suddenly concentrated into a fine line. It compressed on itself to the point it became a blinding gold that outshone even the sun hanging high in the skies. Then it exploded, sending a rain of gold in all directions. The raging roars and the bloody battle all suddenly came to an end. In fact, everything, including the young man and woman, Simeon and even the beasts, sat on the ground, closing their eyes in meditation. For those few moments, it felt as though everything in the world was clear to them. Chapter 204. Lionel had no idea how greatly the outside world was benefiting, but there was no need for him to be jealous. As the ones closest to the Force Crystal core, there was no denying that he, Roaring Black Lion, Thunderous Clap and Flowing Wind were most definitely receiving the greatest benefits. In truth, all four of them, including Lionel, had been caught off guard. But as though it was instinctual, they all knew exactly what they should do. The maturation of a Force Crystal Mind core came with a moment of enlightenment. The completion of the natural force art required a communication with the most fundamental laws of the universe. When this gate of communication is opened, not only will the mind itself greatly benefit, but all creatures within its range of influence would as well. Compared to others who had sunk into an absent-minded enlightenment, Lionel was still able to keep a hold on to his consciousness thanks to his strong spirit. In fact, he was currently struggling, trying to decide what it was he wanted to comprehend. Should he use this moment to understand his snowy star owl lineage factor a bit better? Or should he use the chance to calculate the feasibility of forming a 10th node? Or maybe he should use this chance to absorb more herbivores. In this state, cultivation should be much faster as well. Lionel's mind spun. He even entered his dream world, splitting into 9 clones and thinking in 9 different paths. After his spirit gained such a big boost, he was capable of this now. In fact, he had thought he would be capable of far more than this, but it seemed that this was his limit. Suddenly, Lionel jolted. His eyes snapped open, and he looked toward the Force Crystal core like a hungry wolf. The core was shining with beautiful rainbow lights that were tinged with a bit of blackness. This blackness made its 4th-dimensional grade very obvious. However, what Lionel was focusing on wasn't the lights, but rather the complex runes that swarmed its body, exuding a majestic aura. Lionel had already felt that natural force arts were magical things. Not very much could catch his interest, but this was definitely one of those things. It had taken him 2 days to dream sculpt a mere 3rd-dimensional natural force art. And though he didn't know what benefits it would bring him in the future, he had a feeling that when he completely grasped it, the possibilities would be unimaginable. But this natural force art was on a completely different level. Not only was it 4th-dimensional, but it was currently still connected to those enigmatic laws of the universe. If it was during any normal time, Lionel wouldn't dare to try to dream sculpt it. Who knew how many years, decades, or maybe even centuries it would take him? But right now Lionel's heart steeled as he resolved himself. He knew this was a gamble. If he focused on his snowy star owl lineage factor, he could probably awaken both the speed and healing branch. The benefits of such a thing would not be small by any stretch of the imagination. But he felt something calling to him. Days later, Simeon opened his eyes. Though there was a trace of happiness there, it also carried with it a bit of regret. How could he have expected that the core would mature so soon? Had he known, he wouldn't have spent hours leaving the hive to prepare for Lionel. What worth did Lionel have to him in the face of such benefits? He could only grind his teeth in anger. Lionel was definitely the closest. This would make things far more complicated now. He was already so powerful to begin with. Simeon had always been decisive. Without hesitation, he chose to leave, not even turning back to explain himself to his subordinates. Though one was greatly dissatisfied, so what? One could only wield so much power to begin with thanks to him. If he forgot his place, he could always be replaced. Lionel could have never imagined that Simeon would make such a choice. In fact, he even had a shuttle prepared, one not very different to the one used by the wormmen who had attacked Lionel and Aina. By the time Lionel left the hive, he was stunned to find that Simeon was nowhere to be seen. After deducing the likely reason why, Lionel couldn't help but grow even more serious. Simeon had no idea that Lionel's combat prowess hadn't risen at all due to his choice back then. But the fact the former still chose to leave without hesitation caused Lionel to have no choice but to respect him no matter how much he hated him. Lionel took a deep breath. The bright side is that this makes things much easier. There's nothing that can really stop me from leaving this place. Thanks to the segmented cube reaching phase 2, he finally had enough space to hold everybody, so all the youths were with him. Now that Simeon wasn't here any longer, things would be even easier. Unfortunately, Simeon left behind the Beast Kings, causing Lionel no small shock. This man really didn't care about the power of the Beast Kings? Even though there were only 3 left, they were still all S-grade elites. Their strength could be considered among the topmost on Earth. What Lionel didn't know was that these beasts were only the overlord of this B-sector Project Hunt Island. However, even without knowing this, Lionel added yet another point to Simeon. If things kept going like this, he might as well call that bastard master the next time they met. Just when Lionel was about to resolve himself to charge through these beasts, his eyes suddenly narrowed in a certain direction. Ha! He noticed me from this far away? The young woman was stunned. It had to be said that they were at least 20 kilometers away. The only reason she could see so far wasn't due to her ability, but rather because of a force technique she practiced. But she didn't sense Lionel circulating any force, so how had he done it? Bring us over there, Badger. Over there? You can't mean you want me to fly, right? That's dangerous. Idiot, all the flying beasts descended from the skies after the core matured. It's safe to go up there now. In fact, if we don't do it quickly and their enlightenment ends, it'll be even more difficult to leave this place. Alright. Badger took a dignified step forward, wings bursting from his back. They radiated a majestic silver light. But what was the most striking about them was their size. Each dwarfed their owner, spanning over 5 meters in each direction. To his back, one could faintly catch the divinity of a rock. Chapter 205. Lionel observed the young man and woman who landed before him with a slightly curious gaze. From the way they called each other, he knew that the young man went by the name Badger. He had a simple look to him, as though he never spared any thoughts toward scheming. His skin was a delicate brown color, and his clothing was neat and tidy to the point of being overly meticulous. How he managed to look so fresh even when flying through the air at such blinding speeds was beyond Lionel's comprehension. Compared to his unkempt beard and nest of straws he called hair, this young man was several levels his better. Though actually, now that he thought about it, his hair had become exceptionally smooth and clean after awakening his metal synergy lineage factor. Not that he checked very closely though. The woman went by the name Mayfly. She had a tall, heroic build. Even compared to Lionel, she was almost tall enough to be at eye level with him, just barely falling short. She seemed like a born leader with a sharp mind. Her hair was red, which initially made Lionel on guard against her, as he assumed she might also be from the Brazinger family. But after some more observation, he deduced that it was unlikely. The two seemed like quite the pair, especially by the way they had made their way over. Badger actually allowed Mayfly to step on his shoulders as he flew. Lionel really didn't know how to react to such a sight. But since Badger didn't mind, it wasn't really his place to say anything. You two were sent by Old Hutch? Badger and Mayfly looked quite stunned when they heard these words. Not many dared to call the old man by his nickname, least of all those under his command. The two of them were among the few who felt no fear before the geezer. They were surprised to find that Lionel was just as unreserved. Yes, we were sent for an attempted rescue, but it seems it wasn't necessary, Mayfly said with a slightly confused tinge in her voice. Where are the others? It can't be that. She was a bit worried to ask this question, but she had no choice. Lionel had come out alone, so she braced herself for the worst. They're all with me. They're in an abode treasure of mine. Once again the two youths were shocked. But after a moment they understood. It must be that there were too few of them remaining, so they could all fit in such a treasure. They couldn't fathom the idea of nearly 100 people fitting into just one space. One had to know that spatial treasures were already inconceivably valuable. The higher the dimensional grade, the more valuable they were. This was because spatial treasures of a lower dimensional grade entering a higher dimensional world would destabilize and collapse. If Lionel tried to take his black-grade spatial bracelet to a fifth-dimensional world, the already small space would break apart and eject everything within it. In severe cases, it might even destroy everything inside before it could eject it. So one really shouldn't blame the two for assuming the worst. However, the two were soon baffled. After a few hours, the trio managed to battle their way out of the encirclement of beasts. In fact, the only beast king that survived was the skeleton monkey king. Not only were they astonished by Lionel's battle prowess, but when they returned to the ships docked offshore, they were even more stunned as they watched Lionel bring out over 80 youths from his abode treasure. Such a treasure really existed. They could hardly believe it. At that moment, the commanders of both the southern and eastern lookouts listened to the stories of the youths. When they learned just how much they owed their survival to Lionel, they couldn't help but look toward the young man with fond gazes. Indomitable, this time you were too reckless. You can't just expose your face like this. Violet Rain reprimanded Lionel harshly, but somehow, she sounded more like a big sister admonishing her little brother. Plus, she couldn't wipe the smile off her face, so her attempts at looking stern fell flat. She couldn't hide her happiness at all. She had been so worried about these kids. It couldn't be said that things were perfect. Of the 87 youths sent, only 81 returned. Lionel wasn't a superhuman. Though he protected the youths to the best of his abilities when they charged toward the hive, there were some inevitable losses. But even this was already far beyond what the commanders expected. Even just half surviving would have been a miracle to them. All right. That's enough, Violet Rain. A hearty laughter came from the side of the Eastern Lookout commanders. It seemed that unlike how the youths had rivalries, the commanders of the various lookouts weren't like this at all. The laughter came from a jovial-looking man with a massive gut. Somehow, despite his apparently unhealthy weight, he looked quite fit, though his bald head was especially eye-catching. He went by the alias Big Buddha. On behalf of the Eastern Lookout, I really thank you, Indomitable. If it wasn't for you, I really worry how this would have ended. Lionel smiled, feeling the goodwill of this man. The atmosphere was jovial as everyone felt as though a big weight had been taken off of their shoulders. Maybe the only person who had a dissatisfied expression was Pisces. Even King of Seas carried the happiness of a man who had just survived a near-death experience. After Lionel snubbed Pisces, he wasn't nearly as standoffish with him. In fact, he quite appreciated Lionel. Humans were truly odd creatures. Everyone seemed to understand why Pisces was brooding, so no one bothered her so as not to affect the happy atmosphere. Eventually, it was time to go their separate ways. Big Buddha's laughter sounded out again as he bid his farewells. I'll see you soon, Big Sis Violet Rain. The opening of the zone isn't too far away. I'll be leading these brats when the time comes. Violet Rain smiled and waved them off. The two ships that had been attached by a bridge slowly separated, wading through the piles of corpses on the ocean's surface to sail toward their destinations. Pisces sent hateful glares toward Lionel, but the latter didn't seem to notice. Not only had she not received the S-grade beast crystal, but she also knew that she hadn't qualified to enter the SS-grade zone. According to the tallies, it was Lionel, Flowing Wind and Thunderous Clap who ranked first, second and third respectively. She didn't know what to do with her belly full of hatred. She wasn't strong enough to oppose Lionel, and with how much he had contributed to the Slayer Legion, he would probably be promoted to at least a vice commander. She stood on the ship's helm, shaking her head. Maybe she should just forget it. At that moment, she heard Big Buddha's jovial laughter again. Initially, it annoyed her. Why was everyone acting so happy when she was so unhappy? Suddenly she froze. After a moment of thought, a smile curled her lips. Commander Buddha, can I talk to you for a moment? I have some questions about a force technique I'd like to ask you. Oh, Big Buddha, who had been conversing with the other commanders, smiled gently. He didn't mind guiding the younger generation at all. Sure. We have a lot of time before we reach the lookout. Pisces' actions didn't raise any sort of suspicion. Such a thing was quite normal. However, when she began to speak, Big Buddha's expression continuously changed before it became exceptionally solemn. Are you certain? You're saying that it can deduce the abilities of people and creatures, not to mention their weaknesses, with a single scan? Yes, Commander. It isn't only me who saw this, there are many witnesses. You can ask anyone. Big Buddha fell into silence. He felt exceptionally conflicted. On one hand, he didn't like what Pisces was implying by telling him this information. But on the other, such a treasure was unheard of. So unheard of, in fact, that even though he hadn't shown any greed toward Lionel's rare abode treasure, the moment Pisces spoke of this, it was too valuable to the Slayer Legion. The value of such a treasure was unimaginable. But this wasn't the only important point. It was said that the first 4 to clear a zone received special rewards. This was because the world spirit was taken by another person many decades earlier. The Slayer Legion already knew of who was second, third and fourth. However, not a single person in the world was aware of who was first. Chapter 206. A week came and went in the blink of an eye. The SS grade zone found by the Slayer Legion was under strict protection. While the clearing of zones was important to the evolution of Earth, they also provided boundless prospects. The rewards for clearing such a zone was beyond the imaginations of most. In truth, one shouldn't take Lionel as the standard. To most, C-grade treasures were a luxury. They were already enough for many to fight over. The only reason the base weapon given by the Slayer Legion during the gathering was of the C-grade was because the promising youths were also considered elites among elites. Above that, B-grade treasures were practically national blessings, while grade treasures and above were enough to start feuds over. From this, it could be said that Big Buddha had truly shown a lot of restraint when Lionel's abode treasure was exposed. Knowing all of this, one could imagine the kind of uproar an SS-grade treasure could cause. The fact that this was a subdimensional zone with a 12 entry limit meant that at a minimum, 12 treasures were available for the taking. Even to the Slayer Legion, this was a great level of wealth. The location was yet another island. The zone itself stood quite beautiful, radiating dark blue lights as it swirled silently amidst a large clearing. It could easily be told that this clearing hadn't been here in the past. In all likelihood, when the zone appeared, it had ripped out several trees in the surroundings. But now, it had a calmness that said it wouldn't harm even a fly. Though no one would be naive enough to believe such a thing. The Slayer Legion had long since erected a network of forced disruption towers in the vicinity. Like this, the appearance of this zone didn't cause another beast horde, and allowed the island to remain peaceful. At that moment, the entry candidates for the Slayer Legion were undergoing final checkups. Lionel could only sigh as his treasures were taken inventory of one after another. It really felt like he had never left the Empire. He wouldn't be surprised if the Slayer Legion tried to buy his rewards after he exited as well. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It was they who found the zone, so I guess it's fine if they take some benefits. All I want is the teleportation ticket to Terrain. If they dare to take this away, I wouldn't mind falling out with the Slayer Legion. Though Lionel would feel a bit bad for old Hutch, he hadn't known the old man for long, nor had the old man ever really done anything for him. In fact, it was the old man who owed him for kidnapping him all those weeks ago. It wasn't his fault if the Slayer Legion thought of him as one of their own. He had said multiple times that he had no intentions of joining. If they really tried to think that they could just order him around as they pleased, they would be in for a rude awakening. Alright, I'm sure you all know about the rules. The Slayer Legion has a list of treasure types it's especially in need of. As long as you can claim one of these treasures for the Legion, you will be awarded the aforementioned merit points. Violet Rain and Big Buddha will be the leaders of this mission. Their commands are undeniable. Should they disagree, the decision will be left to a majority vote. Should anything happen to the both of them, commanding rights will fall to Badger, Mayfly, Mountain and Sea Eel. The same rules apply to them as well. Lionel sent a casual glance toward Mountain and Sea Eel. It seemed that their standing within the Slayer Legion didn't lose out to Badger and Mayfly at all. It was just that they were from the Eastern Lookout instead, and as such, were under the jurisdiction of Supreme Monet rather than Supreme Hutch. If the four of them weren't so young, it was likely that they would have already been promoted to the Star General ranks. But instead they held a special title reserved for the most talented youths of the Slayer Legion. They were part of what was called the reserve generals. According to the old man, as long as they turned 21, they would immediately be promoted to one-star general, a rank a single step above the commander rank. Lionel shook his head. He wasn't interested in such a thing. The Slayer Legion had disappointed him too many times already. It seemed that they made even more mistakes than he did at every turn. So, even though he found out that their true talents were hidden away from public view, he hadn't really changed his opinion of them. As things stood now, he didn't have a fond impression of either the Empire or the Slayer Legion. He wasn't sure what to do with these emotions for now, and he was even more uncertain of his future on Earth as a result of these emotions, but he simply chose to ignore them for now. He only had two goals in mind: find Aina and destroy the Royal Blue Fort. He was a simple man who wanted simple things. If others knew he was describing such things as simple, who knew how they would react? Just as Lionel was lost in his thoughts, he sensed a change in the atmosphere. When he looked over, he found that the change was due to the appearance of a person he had never seen before. She was a middle-aged woman who carried a mature, valiant aura that outshone Mayfly by several levels. It was clear that she had tempered her disposition over many years, giving her an innate advantage over a young woman of not even 18 years old like Mayfly. She wore a silver chest plate with etchings of a spiraling phoenix on it. Her long black hair swayed to her waist, waving in the wind and along with her every step. Despite her clearly being in her 40s, she still had an intoxicating beauty. Though, it was difficult to tell whether or not their attraction to her was due to her demeanor or her actual looks. Even Lionel, who usually showed no reaction to women other than Aina, couldn't help but be moved. This woman was truly something. While Lionel was distracted, he didn't notice Big Buddha's complicated gaze sweep over him. In the end, the large commander shook his head and sighed. Compared to his own discomfort, his loyalty toward the Slayer Legion was several levels more important. Lionel didn't know who this woman was, but how could he not? This was none other than Supreme Monet. Big Buddha had long since passed down all the information he gained from Pisces onto her, and left the final decision to his Supreme. As a commander, he normally wouldn't even be allowed to meet such a high-ranking officer, but this time, he had had no choice but to do everything he could to see her, and he eventually succeeded. But for some reason, she hadn't made any movements in the last week, so he thought that she had decided not to make a move against the young man. This had made Big Buddha sigh a breath of relief. At least now, he wouldn't have to fight with his own conscience. Unfortunately, it seemed that rather than not acting, his Supreme had actually been waiting for an opportune moment. Who is Lionel Morales? Supreme Monet's voice was just as valiant as her appearance, making one inadvertently want to follow her every command. Lionel frowned, wondering why this woman was looking for him. Even more oddly, why was she saying his name like this? In the end, he chose not to mind it. After all, he had already long since exposed himself. So, who cared if she used his name? That would be me. Lionel stepped forward. Supreme Monet looked Lionel up and down before nodding. The treasure you call a dictionary. Are you willing to hand it over to the Slayer Legion or not? Lionel's eyes narrowed. Why did it seem like she wasn't asking a question at all? Chapter 207. Lionel observed Supreme Monet for a long while. He didn't seem to be in any sort of rush to answer, a response that was quite shocking to many. If others were in his situation, there would be one of two reactions. The first would be to immediately agree. After all, the authority of a Supreme wasn't something most were able to ignore. The second option would be to explode in anger. There was no shortage of people who thought Monet's actions were excessive. In fact, those who knew how the relationships of the top echelon worked felt even more pity for Lionel. Knowing that Lionel had Hutch's backing, it was only a matter of course that Monet would wait until this moment to ask this of Lionel. If she went to the Eastern Lookout to ask such a question, old Hutch probably would have sent her packing. For that madman, it wasn't even a matter of whether or not Monet's ask was appropriate or not. It was entirely about his own face. However, Lionel's response was exactly the last thing they could have expected. Aside from a slight frown in the beginning, he hardly reacted to the words at all. In fact, even Monet herself frowned slightly seeing Lionel's response. She had been prepared for either of the two obvious responses, but this wasn't something she had been ready for. To make matters worse, it seemed that this young man wasn't intimidated by her gaze or presence. He calmly scanned her up and down as though he was observing any other normal stranger he was meeting for the first time. Eventually, just when the silence was beginning to weigh too heavily on everyone's chest, Lionel finally spoke. "Sorry. The dictionary was left to me by my father. Giving it to another is impossible. I appreciate your asking first, though." There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Lionel's response. Monet asked a question, and he responded appropriately. So, why did they feel so embarrassed? Monet narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, Big Buddha, who had guilt eating at his heart this whole time, couldn't help but step forward to try to mediate. "Lionel, Supreme Monet is only thinking about the bigger picture. Your treasure is too valuable. If it fell into the hands of the Empire, it could lead to a catastrophe. But if it was in our hands, the chance would have to overturn their oppressive rule would skyrocket." At this point, Violet Rain, who had been shocked by the sudden change the situation, suddenly felt she understood something after hearing Big Buddha's words. Once she did, she couldn't help but turn a disappointed glance toward her longtime friend. Lionel swept a glance over Big Buddha. "Oh." Lionel nodded. However, just when Big Buddha and the others wanted to sigh a breath of relief, thinking that Lionel understood, his next words caused them to freeze. "But, I honestly don't see much of a difference between you all and the Empire, though. I can't tell that there would be a difference in outcome no matter who gets their hands on it." In the beginning, Big Buddha was shocked by what he was hearing. It wasn't just them, everyone here was shocked. They all saw themselves as a righteous faction fighting for the people. When had someone ever said such words to them? First there was shock, then there was rage. Big Buddha's guilt seemed to completely vanish. At the same time, even Badger and Mayfly, who had had a good impression of Lionel, frowned deeply toward his words. Such a reaction didn't change even when Flowing Wind and Thunderous Clap were taken into consideration. This could be expected. These youths were indoctrinated by the Slayer Legion since their birth. And those who hadn't had parents and relatives who suffered at the hands of the Empire. Lionel's words were like a slap to their faces. However, Lionel felt that he had observed the Slayer Legion for long enough to feel quite confident about his words. He really didn't feel that there was a difference at all. At this point, Lionel didn't really care what happened. The zone was right in front of him. He didn't believe that anyone here could stop him from entering it. It was too close and his power was too great. This wasn't a case of the strong oppressing the weak. Earth's metamorphosis just began. Most people started at the same starting line. Even though Monet was more than double his age, it didn't make a difference. Even though Lionel still wasn't confident in defeating Old Hutch, he didn't believe that the old man could stop him if he was here either. As long as he was one of the first 12 to enter, nothing else mattered to him. "Young man." Big Buddha's voice no longer seemed as amiable, but Lionel had already long since stopped paying attention. The only reason he hadn't moved to enter the zone yet was because he wanted to know how this would end. Would Monet make a move against him before he entered? In that case, he would go all out now. But if she chose to wait, Lionel didn't mind keeping a shred of pretenses intact for a while longer. "Lionel Morales, is it?" Lionel was speechless. She had already asked his name. Why is it that she was pretending not to know what it was now, as though she already couldn't be bothered to remember? Toward such a woman, Lionel really had nothing to say. He couldn't even be bothered to have a back and forth with these people anymore. "From my understanding, you aren't a formal member of our Slayer Legion. I accept your decision, but there also doesn't seem to be an appropriate reason to allow you to enter our zone either." It seemed like Monet wanted to say more, probably an entire spiel on why she was morally correct. However, Lionel wasn't joking around when he decided he really couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. "What's her ability?" Lionel's voice left them stunned. It became clear in a moment that he really wasn't bothering to listen to their supreme anymore. Ping, generating nomenclature. Evolution stage, Tier 8 Black. Evolution type, Dual Elemental Healing. Evolution, Fire Sense, Fire Manipulation, Fire Aid. Fire Sense, greater affinity for fire elemental force. 200% boost in comprehension and power in using water-based force techniques. Fire manipulation. Control over the fire element. Fire aid. Ability to absorb the fire element to regain stamina and heal wounds. When Monet heard these words, her pupils constricted. But at the same time, she felt a rage bubbling in her heart. For Lionel to cut her off to ask this question, wasn't his intent obvious? At that moment, everyone suddenly went on guard against Lionel. However, it wasn't to the point they worried for their lives. There were too many elites here. If Lionel really wanted to do something, he would only be courting death. It was very possible that he wouldn't even be allowed to leave this place alive. As a supreme, Monet had more than enough rights to kill someone on the spot. However, what left them speechless was that Lionel didn't even stop. As though he didn't have a care in the world, he had the dictionary expose their abilities one after another. Toward such a thing, Lionel was quite helpless. The fact he had to speak aloud to get this information was the worst drawback of the dictionary. Unfortunately, there was no way Monet would allow him to continue on so casually. But none of them could have expected that even before anyone could make a move, the situation would change once more. Bang, bang, bang. Haha. We really have to thank the Slayer Legion this time. Finding an SS grade zone couldn't have been easy. Chapter 208. At that moment, there was movement in the skies above. In order to hide this place from prying eyes, the island had been covered in dense clouds. In fact, it wasn't just the island, but the surrounding tens of miles as well. With a single glance, even someone who wasn't quite informed could tell that these clouds couldn't have possibly formed naturally. It was obvious to Lionel that this was related to someone's ability. Thanks to this, the island had been shrouded in a perpetual darkness even though it was midday. Maybe it was in part due to this that the atmosphere from earlier felt so oppressive. That said, the clouds served no other purpose aside from concealment. They didn't seem to have any offensive or defensive ability, so when the uninvited guests descended from above in a silver ship, the clouds were completely unable to stop their descent. The clouds moved aside and quickly reformed, revealing a small boat of about 5 meters in length. Its deck carried 6 people. The man who had spoken earlier stood at the helm, and looked to be about the same age as Monet. However, to his back, there were 5 youths no older than Lionel or Mayfly. Seeing these people appear, an ugly expression took hold of Monet's once calm visage. It was very obvious that she knew who these people were. You. Suddenly, Monet sent a rage-fueled gaze toward Lionel, leaving him speechless once again. He also didn't know who the hell these people were. Why was he being looked at like it was his fault they had appeared? However, after a while, Lionel sneered inwardly. To Monet, it didn't matter if he was responsible or not. All she had to do was pretend like he was. In such a way, she had even more reason to apprehend him. In fact, before, it could be said that her actions were still questionable. But now even old Hutch wouldn't be able to say anything. What a conniving woman. However, Lionel still didn't have much of a reaction to this. His mind was running through several calculations. To him, the appearance of a third party was actually an excellent turn of events. There was of course a small chance that this could make things worse for him. This was in the case the 2 opposing parties decided to work together. But judging by the situation, that seemed unlikely. There's no need to react this way, Monet. We can do this the easy way. Just give up 6 entry slots, and everything will be fine. If not, we can always do things the hard way. In truth, the man who stood at the helm of the silver boat hadn't expected a supreme to be here today. He had come as a precautionary measure, so that these youths didn't lose their lives. Plus, with him here, bullying those commander rank folks below would be as easy as breathing. If it wasn't for the fact she had suddenly shown up, he wouldn't even bother to speak at all. He would have directly swooped in. In fact, it was an act of giving face that he only brought a total of 6, including himself. This way, the backlash from the Slayer Legion wouldn't be too exaggerated. But if he had known a supreme would be here, he would have definitely brought more people. Not so that they could enter, but so that they would have a stronger hand for negotiations. What the man could have never expected was that an esteemed supreme would come here for the sake of a boy of not even 20 years of age. Impossible. Monet took a hard stance. Scram back to where you came from. Your Aderna family isn't welcome here. Lionel cocked an eyebrow. Aderna family? Is that another hidden family? Seeing how they all had blue hair and eyes, Lionel felt that this was very likely the case. At the same time, he was speechless as well. What was with all these families having the same eye and hair colors? It can't be that they were inbreeding, right? Lionel shuddered. I see. It seems that this is the way you want to do thin. Say Chiyu. At that moment, something not a single person expected to happen occurred. Lionel, without saying a word to anyone, suddenly dashed forward. His speed was so fast that sounds of the wind splitting apart followed his figure. Let alone Monet, even the man from the Aderna family was stunned. No one had expected such a thing. This child's guts, weren't they too large? You dare? Hold it right there. Boy. The last roar was from Big Buddha himself. It could be said of those the most offended by Lionel's comments, he could rank at the very top. His loyalty to the Slayer Legion was far beyond anything Lionel could imagine. After all, as a person who had never truly had an undying passion in his life, how could Lionel understand this man? Because of this, even when the Aderna family appeared, Big Buddha's rage had still been focused on Lionel. It was just that the boy had completely ignored him. But as a result, Big Buddha was the first to notice Lionel's actions, and was also the first to react. The path forward wasn't exactly easy. The surrounding 100-meter space of the zone had been completely cleared out. Outside of this radius, there were many crew members of the Slayer Legion tasked with maintaining the force disruption towers. Compared to those people, Lionel could be considered to be in the middle. Many were behind him, but many were also in front of him. And of those ahead of him, there were a few who had either passed the inspection before him, or had special privileges and as such, had no need to go through such procedures. However, despite seeing these obstacles before him, Lionel's heart was calm. His actions seemed foolish, but this kind of chaos was exactly what he needed. As expected, as soon as Lionel charged toward the zone gate, the leading man of the Aderna family suddenly narrowed his gaze. He had already decided. So long as Lionel reached a certain level of closeness, he too would rush in. Everyone knew how zones worked. The moment one entered, the gate would begin to close. If no others entered in time, the zone would close. This meant that everyone would be on a timer the instant the first person entered. Chapter 209. Lionel didn't seem to hear the words of those around him. He continued to charge forward, his blazing speed leaving a trail of gold in his wake. He had already formed his 8th node in the past week. Even though there were force-disrupting towers around, Earth's technology hadn't advanced to the point of being able to block force-strengthening deviations just yet. As a result, who here could match him in speed? Big Buddha was completely enraged after being ignored by Lionel. But why should he have expected anything else? Was Lionel going to stop just because he shouted out a few times? A cold light flashed in Lionel's eyes when he saw that Big Buddha was blocking his way. Rage lit the large man's eyes. In that moment, his palms were covered by a formless energy that soon coalesced into illusory hands that dwarfed even his body in size. It was clear that the usually amiable Big Buddha was truly enraged this time. If not for this, there was no way that he would pour so much energy into his ability. However, what infuriated him even more was that Lionel obviously had no intention of engaging with him. What a joke! Why would he allow himself to be stalled in this way? Plus, how could such a big man match him in agility? Lionel planted his foot down hard, feinting to one side and bursting with speed to another. He was Lionel Morales, a king of the football field. Compared to fighting, these sort of evasive movements were things he was even better at. Big Buddha could hardly react when he found that Lionel had already burst by him, heading for the clearing around the zone without pausing for even a moment. At that point, Monet finally reacted. Though she had yelled out initially, it still took her a while to realize that something like this was actually happening. A boy of not even 20 years of age was actually impugning on her authority in such a way. How could she stand for it? However, she was too far from Lionel. She had been speaking to him from on high before. She didn't believe she needed to approach such an ant so closely. So compared to Big Buddha, she was at least 50 meters away from Lionel. In fact, after he broke out into a run, it was already closer to 100. Stop him by any means. She shouted out an order coldly. Badger sighed. Of the reserve generals, his speed was unmatched. Even after seeing Lionel's burst, he found that it was still beneath his own. After all, his lineage factor boosted speed much like Aina's boosted strength. In addition, his ability supplemented his lineage factor as well, giving him the wings of a rock. For him, blocking Lionel's path was truly not a problem. It was just a shame. He had had a good impression of Lionel. But after what he said about them and the Empire, all of those good feelings had gone out of the window. If it wasn't for the fact he had fought with Lionel side by side, rather than just blocking his path, he would have directly killed him. Let me, he said coolly. Hearing his words, the remaining 3 reserve generals nodded. They could see that no one else could pause Lionel's steps. As long as he was stalled, this matter would be over. Since Badger had the greatest speed amongst them, it was only natural that he would go. In fact, they even cleared out his general vicinity. Badger fell forward, his legs stomping forth just when it seemed he might hit the ground face first. If one looked closely, it really seemed as though his thigh might burst from his pants at any time. The amount of power in his legs was already inconceivable. But then his wings appeared. Bang! The grass beneath his feet was completely flattened. In the distance, trees that managed to survive the appearance of the zone swayed wildly, their green leaves being ripped from their branches. Monet smiled lightly, though it seemed to be more of a sneer. Badger was like a streak of silver, his speed crossing 150 kilometers an hour with ease. It seemed that he would catch up with Lionel in just a few breaths. But that was when Lionel sighed a sigh none of them could hear. Beneath the raging winds, how could they? Too predictable. He mumbled beneath his breath. The speed of the light element wasn't a joke. The only issue was that while Lionel had other attributes and abilities that stunted his speed, Badger was quite literally built to maximize his speed. His bones were as light as that of a bird's. His wings had a massive ratio in comparison to his body. He had also learned several agility force techniques. And as if that wasn't enough, he had a speed-type lineage factor. Compared to Lionel, who had still yet to awaken the speed branch of his snowy star owl, he was indeed a bit faster. However, how could Lionel not know that? In fact, he had purposely not accelerated with his greatest speed to make sure this would play out in this way. It was too obvious that the one they'd send to stop him would be Badger. And unfortunately for them, Badger had weaknesses just like Lionel. Lionel kept running as though he believed he could outpace Badger. But this only made the others grow more confident. In fact, Monet had already begun to move. She only wanted Badger to stall Lionel. As for completely restraining him, it might very well take more than a single person. The other reserve generals seemed to know this as well. So after they finished clearing out a path for Badger, they too shot forward. In the sky, the leading man of the Aderna family raised an eyebrow. He too felt that Lionel was finished. However, he was a bit unwilling. How could he gain some benefits from this situation? In that case, little Nana, help out our friends a bit. At that time, the youngest of the Aderna family blinked her large watery eyes and took a step forward. She extended a slender finger down below and spoke in a clear, resounding voice. Bind. Lionel suddenly felt a formless pressure surround his body, causing his steps to falter. His expression changed. It felt as though he was trying to run in quicksand. The innocent little girl in the skies blinked her eyes. Lionel had no idea that she was shocked that he could still run at all. She extended her finger again. Double bind. Lionel felt his legs snap together as though a rope had tightened around his ankles. Without suspense, he fell to the ground helplessly. The leading man of the Aderna family laughed. Don't say I've never helped you with anything, Monet. I think this is enough to exchange for 6 places, no? I hear this boy has something quite valuable to you. Chapter 210. Though others were likely making their own assumptions about Lionel's current state of mind, the man himself was incomparably calm as he watched the ground quickly approach him. Falling like this truly wasn't pleasant. Lionel had already calculated that the chance of this happening was quite high. In order to lure Badger in, he lowered his speed. As a result, the Aderna family would obviously think that he would fail. If that happened, there was a 76% chance they would act directly against him as a show of goodwill toward the Slayer Legion, thus making their subsequent asks more palatable. This was simply how the world of the upper echelons worked, a complex network of meaningless pleasantries, fake smiles, and most important of all, debts. It could only be said that Lionel was unlucky. Though he had known they would try to stop him, the odds of them having such a perfect ability to do so was relatively low. He was definitely getting screwed over by the luck gods. But even then he didn't panic. Just when it seemed he would fall face first, he rolled his left shoulder forward and performed a somersault. The instant his 2 feet hit the ground, still binded together, he lowered himself into a strong squat and leapt forward. With his current strength, such an action easily sent him over 10 meters into the air, falling in a not-so-elegant parabola shape. However, it was unquestionable that his speed had fallen. In fact, Badger was already not much more than 15 meters from him. Lionel sent a casual glance toward the leading man of the Aderna family. The man couldn't help but frown when he saw Lionel's calm countenance. It felt as though Lionel could see right through him, as though he was analyzing and memorizing every little detail. It didn't seem like a cold gaze for the sake of being cold, but the kind of indifferent glance one would give a sheet filled with numbers. Without suspense, Badger caught up to Lionel, just as the latter hit the ground once more. He didn't speak any words, but the derision in his eyes were cleared. Toward such disdain Lionel could only shrug. If such simple words made them so infuriated, it only meant that the Slayer Legion was even worse off than he thought. Double bind. The little girl stretched her fingers out again. This time, Lionel's wrists snapped together, causing his frown to deepen. He had already entered the clearing, and was just 50 meters away from the zone. But at this point, it might as well be a miles away. How infuriating. The little girl's ability was truly astounding. Lionel believed that it was tier 8 at worst. If it was just as simple as binding him with something material, Lionel wouldn't take it so seriously. But what was shocking was that this binding seemed more serious than that. Almost as if the laws of physics around him had changed to make it so that his ankles and wrists were only allowed to be together. Should they be apart, it would be breaking the regulations of the laws around him. At any other time, Lionel would be greatly fascinated by this. Such a concept was completely novel to him, and he wondered if it was possible to apply to his force crafts. But at the moment he didn't have such a luxury. Badger appeared before him. But instead of attacking directly, he swooped to Lionel's back, blocking his path toward the zone before sending a punch toward his back. Monet finally relaxed slightly. This farce was over. Bang. Lionel shook his head and sighed. Badger's bones were formed to optimize his speed and flight. Him attacking Lionel, after he activated his runes, was asking for insult. In truth, Badger wasn't so fragile. If not for this, how could Mayfly have been able to ride on his shoulders? However, compared to Lionel, who was on the verge of forming a body as tough as a third-dimensional metal, he was far too lacking. Badger screeched as the bone in his arm fractured and his knuckles contorted. He fell to his knees, holding onto his hand as his face turned flush. How could it be that Badger and Mayfly would be aware of the full extent of his abilities? He had grown so powerful that he had no need to show them all of his strength as they escaped the island, not to mention the fact he had the two of them supporting him. This led to their unfortunate underestimation of him. So that's how it is. Lionel finally understood. That little girl's ability was almost like a natural force art. She was imposing laws on him. It was no wonder this feeling felt somewhat similar to when he was observing the Force Crystal core. What a fearsome ability. But Lionel knew that no ability was infallible. The way that little girl always pointed at him before her ability took effect. Was it just the quirks of a child? Or was there another reason? Lionel didn't believe that it had something to do with her finger. He couldn't sense anything particularly special about her movement. However, what other reasons could she have to point like that? Sight. Lionel's eyes narrowed. Everyone was closing in on him. After seeing what happened to Badger, they all redoubled their efforts. It would be longer than maybe 5 seconds before they were all able to surround him. But Lionel suddenly smiled. With a flash, a ring on his finger glowed, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly became like a pool of mud. He hadn't even sunk into his knees when he suddenly felt the restrictions around his ankles vanish. Lionel's smile widened. There was no need to keep his ring a secret. It had already been reported as one of the reasons he was able to save so many youths from the Project Hunt Island. In that case, why not use it now? A blinding light surrounded Lionel's body. He released his light elemental force without reserve as though he didn't care about the expenditure. But it was effective. The little girl was completely unable to see him clearly, causing his binding to weaken and then break. Lionel jumped out from the pool of mud and grabbed at one of Badger's massive wings. The latter was in so much pain that he hardly reacted, having thought he had completed his task, only to find himself flying through the air toward a group rushing toward Lionel. Badger was ultimately still a reserve general, and regained his bearing quickly. He snorted in his mind, completely deriding Lionel. It was his arm that was hurt, not his wings. He wouldn't even hit these people, so what was the point of doing such a thing? Badger's wings fanned outward and he flapped hard, stopping his forward momentum. But it was at that moment his expression changed. Thanks, Lionel said simply. The wind caused by Badger's movements sent an obstructive wall toward Lionel's pursuers. By the time they stopped themselves from tumbling backward, Lionel had already entered a 20-meter range of the zone. Stop right there. Are you going to make an enemy out of the whole Slayer Legion? Monet roared. Lionel chuckled in his mind. He had already made an enemy of the whole empire. Why would he care about the Slayer Legion? Don't worry, I'll apprehend him. The leading man of the Aderna family said shamelessly as he swerved his silver boat toward the zone. Matthias, don't you dare. Why are you getting so worked up? I'm only trying to help. Monet was fuming, but Lionel had already leapt into the swirling portal. Surprisingly, at this very moment, Monet became frighteningly calm. Mayfly, Big Buddha, Violet Rain and Mountain. Follow me. The rest of you stay put. Haha, that's the way. The Aderna family man roared with laughter. None of them seemed to notice the helplessness and anger on the faces of those who lost their place to enter. This was especially so Eel and Badger, who seemed to want to murder Lionel with their gazes toward his disappearing back. Badger clutched his only good remaining hand, flames bursting in his eyes. Chapter 211. Bonus Chapter. Essis. Lionel's eyes were blinded for a moment. All he felt was that he had landed upon a soft patch of land. It was only after his sight finally came back to him that he realized he was standing atop just one of a series of rolling hills. There didn't seem to be anything particularly special about this place other than the fact the air felt particularly fresh, in an earthy kind of way. The Earth of Lionel's time had already put a lot of resources into developing clean energy, and had saved the planet long ago. But its air still felt somewhat artificial compared to this place. Lionel found it hard to explain, but he could only say that the air of his Earth felt almost too clean while this place carried just the right amount of impurity. It made people feel at ease. Not long after Lionel regained his bearings, a silver boat appeared in the skies. And not long after that, Monet rushed in with Mayfly, Violet Rain, Big Buddha and Mountain. Upon entry, it was no surprise that 11 pairs of eyes fell upon Lionel. Some were of curiosity, some of disdain and some of rage. The rage and disdain was mostly seen on the Slayer Legion side, while the curiosity came from the Aderna side, though the latter seemed to carry a hint of disdain as well. This only made sense. After all, Lionel was the only one here without a supporting cast. He was all alone and seen as an easy target. They all knew the rules of this place. The rewards of a zone were already set in stone in terms of their quantity. In that case, if they killed Lionel, it meant that there would be one more set of rewards for them. At this point, Lionel was also feeling a bit tired. It had taken quite a bit of effort to obscure the little girl's vision with his light elemental force. He hadn't thought that such a simple action would take so much out of him. He would definitely have to interrogate the dictionary about a better method. Still, he wasn't feeling anxious. Actually, he smiled toward the little girl. "You sure caused me a lot of trouble." There didn't seem to be any anger in his voice. He sounded like a big brother speaking to his little sister. In fact, he wasn't angry at all. He found it difficult to be angry at such an adorable little girl. She couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years old. The little girl who went by Nana seemed scared of Lionel's gaze as she hurriedly hid behind another young woman, who was closer to Lionel's age. The young lady glared at Lionel as though to give him a warning to not bully her little sister, but Lionel only laughed. He had always been an only child, but seeing such a scene, he felt that having such an adorable little sister wouldn't be so bad. "Young man, you go by Lionel, correct? What say you to becoming a retainer of my Aderna family?" Matthias suddenly spoke. He had seen Lionel's strength. Plus, from what he overheard from Monet's conversation with him, Monet, who had just been planning a move on Lionel, suddenly paused, her brows furrowing slightly. They were already outnumbered by 1. If Lionel joined them, it would be by 2. She had already been forced to enter due to the appearance of Matthias. If she didn't, their side wouldn't have anyone who could stand up to him. It could be said that this training experience they set aside for the youths was completely ruined now. Monet sent a glare toward Lionel, as though warning him of the consequences of accepting. It was very likely that the Aderna family would just snatch his treasure and not mind him at all. Lionel laughed lightly. How could he not know of what Matthias was thinking? However, instead of directly refusing, he suddenly thought of something. "Oh, are you sure you want to accept me?" Matthias raised an eyebrow. After a moment he understood. "Don't worry, there are no irreconcilable differences between you and the Slayer Legion. In fact, Monet's actions could be considered a senior bullying a junior. You have every right to leave." Monet's expression darkened while those who followed her in seemed somewhat embarrassed. They had been so enraged by Lionel's comments that it seemed they forgot they were the ones initially in the wrong. However, Lionel shook his head to these words. "This isn't what I meant," Lionel said with a light smile. "I'm already aware of certain things. Old Hutch has a decent impression of me. If I inform him of what happened, dealing with this really wouldn't be much of a problem. What I mean to say is that I once almost destroyed a fort of the Empire. Are you still certain you want to take me in?" Matthias' expression changed. It wasn't just him, but Monet's as well as everyone else. Monet frowned. Was there such a thing? She had to admit that she didn't investigate Lionel much past knowing he was affiliated with Hutch. That was about all. After a while, Matthias recovered. Just the Empire? Nothing but a puppet on some strings. Yet it dares to call itself an empire. Lionel's brows raised. This was exactly why he said so much. He wanted to know more about the relationship between the Empire and these hidden families. Matthias' response was quite interesting. "Oh, that's good." Lionel pretended to be relieved. "I also killed a few members of the Brazinger family. Is that all right too?" At this point, everyone almost fainted. Was this person a magnet for trouble? If it was anyone else, they might have thought he was lying for some fame, but didn't they see his boldness with their own 2 eyes? He even dared to forcefully enter a zone owned by the Slayer Legion. Matthias' lip twitched. But in the end, his expression became solemn. The relationship between the hidden families weren't so simple. They couldn't be considered to be allies, but they couldn't be considered to be entirely not either. They all shared a similar goal or goals. By now, Matthias was already thinking of using Lionel in exchange for a favor. If he brought Lionel in, gained that treasure of his, and gained a debt of gratitude from the Brazinger family, just how many birds was he killing with this single stone? However, what he could have never expected was for Lionel to start sinking into the ground right before his eyes, leaving him stunned once again. "I'll think about your offer," Lionel said with what seemed like a genuine smile. "Boy, hold it right there." Big Buddha stepped forward to try and stop Lionel. "Don't you think you've broken enough rules?" Unfortunately for them, Lionel had caught them completely off guard with his questions. They couldn't even react before his head disappeared, and the earth that had once been mud went back to normal. Beneath the ground, Lionel held his breath before bringing one of his silver-green whistles to his lips. Those families really don't fear the Empire. And what was that about puppet on a string? And that flash in his eyes when I mentioned the Brazinger family. It seems that their relationship isn't simple either. Lionel shook his head. It was about time he found out just what this place was. Ping. Subdimensional zone detected. Merlin's prophecy. King Arthur. Lionel's expression became weird. King Arthur shouldn't have been a real person. Many believed he was just an embellished legend. Beyond that, though, another Merlin's prophecy zone? Who the hell was this person? He should have been fabricated too. Subdimensional zone grade. SS. Clear requirements. Save King Arthur. Side quest. Love triangle. Repair King Arthur's relationship with Lancelot. Side quest. Kill Mordred. Hidden quest. Make King Arthur a part of true history. Ping. Seed is warned to be wary. Mythological zones have a high likelihood of becoming unique zones. Lionel suddenly felt a headache coming on. Chapter 212. Lionel took a deep breath. He had thought that having the 99% accuracy of his father's dictionary would make things a breeze. At least then, he wouldn't have to worry about screwing himself over by accidentally failing the mission requirements. However, he could have never expected that the dictionary would be so vague at this time. What did it mean to make King Arthur a part of history? Was it acknowledging that King Arthur was fake? In that case, how could King Arthur appear in a zone? According to Lionel's understanding, zones were parts of past where higher dimensions influenced the lower dimension. Only by resolving these instances would these timelines smoothly integrate with Earth. Once this integration was completed, Earth would reach the equilibrium necessary to break through and reach the next dimensional tier. But how did a mythological zone factor into this? What's a mythological zone? Lionel asked. Ping. Replying to Seed, a mythological zone is a legend of humans that has propagated enough to be on the verge of becoming truth. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He was still confused. He sunk into his thoughts for a moment. He still had to wait for the two groups above him to leave, so he really did have some time to waste. Suddenly his eyes flashed. When Aina was explaining to him the differences between the dimensions, she mentioned how grand the gap between dimensions was. If he remembered correctly, she said that one could say a novel was in the 2D while its writer was in the 3D. Here, King Arthur was technically a 2D construct. He was just a legend passed down through generations to the point he became a nice tale to tell to children. His stories could be easily manipulated and changed on a whim depending on the mood of the storyteller. But if one thought about it from another angle, wasn't this act of continuously passing his legend down like a higher dimensional world acting on a lower dimensional one? In that case, wouldn't it meet the requirements necessary to cause a zone to appear? The moment Lionel completed this thought, he felt as though an explosion had gone off in his mind. If this was true, then the danger mythological zones presented couldn't be underestimated. Entering a zone from true history was one thing. Most people there would ultimately be normal individuals Lionel could handle with ease. Maybe only a handful would be like Joan, or the Mayan priest. But in a world like this, the number of enemies that could threaten his life wouldn't be few. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. Such a world had a high chance of becoming a unique zone according to the dictionary. Maybe this time, Lionel would be able to find out just what truly happened in the Joan zone. Who were those people? What had Joan's purpose been? None of her actions had seemed to make any at all. Uncle Montez had also said back then that Joan's zone had almost become a unique zone as well. In fact, it was right on the verge. There were too many questions Lionel had had no choice but to ignore until now. After a while Lionel calmed, his eyes becoming deathly still. Then he released his internal sight in full force, his calculative mind rushing into overdrive. Hear ye, hear ye. In the square of a small town, a man with a large bridge nose unfurled a scroll with a length of at least half his height. Judging by his attire, he shouldn't come from such a small place. Even the baron of this fief couldn't afford to wear such luxurious clothing. His Majesty has decreed that all young, able-bodied men between the ages of 16 and 25 will hereby join the noble armies of Camelot. The crowd, which had been gathered due to the commotion caused by the herald's entourage, showed a mixture of reactions. But by an overwhelming margin, excitement ruled. This wasn't the modern era, after all. If such a conscription happened in Lionel's time, people would likely be up in arms. But in this era, it was a matter of honor. And for young men like this, it was their chance to rise to a higher standing in life, and maybe even become a knight. Lionel stood amidst the crowd with a pleasantly surprised expression. He had purposely traveled to this small town for two reasons. First, he wanted to enter a town the others wouldn't. With his internal sight, he definitely had a massive advantage in orienting himself in this world. The second reason was because compared to the other villages that had been nearby, this was a relatively flourishing place. The options it would give him were far beyond what the closer villages could. His initial plan had been to earn himself a spot within this barony's guards and find a way up from there. He had even gotten himself a set of cheap hemp clothing from a farmer to blend in better. The only unfortunate part was that he had to cover his hair in dirt and mud so that its bronze color would stand out less. But he had never expected to run into a conscription. This made things far easier. After a moment, he understood that this shouldn't be coincidence. Since mythological zones were based on stories and not true history, they were far more flexible in their storylines as a result. It's possible that this conscription happened precisely because Lionel was here. When the herald was finished with his decree, he completely ignored the excited expressions of many of the young men. These commoner folk had no idea how bloody the battlefield was. All they knew of was the glory, and each of them thought their sons, brothers and lovers would all come back heroes. When the reality was that death was inevitable for a large majority of them. He turned back and signaled toward a man wearing tight-fitting leather armor. The man was tall, almost as tall as even Lionel. His shoulders seemed far broader though, almost making him look like a box. Due to this, despite his height, he still seemed a bit stocky. Gather up to be registered. You'll be given an evaluation based on your abilities. Clear out. Clear out. I only want to see my future men here. If anyone dares to snub His Majesty's decree, I'll personally lop his head off. The man's voice boomed. Lionel raised an eyebrow as he followed this crowd. As expected, this was just a low-ranking officer, but his stats already averaged 0.70. This was already better than Lionel when he first awakened. Chapter 213. It wasn't long before it was Lionel's turn to be evaluated. He stood before the stocky man who he now knew went by the name of Heckle. A name that was maybe all too apropos for his outrageously loud voice. Not bad, not bad. Your build is good. The man repeatedly nodded. It seemed it was quite rare for him to see people as tall as Lionel, so he was quite satisfied. Attack me with everything you have. The longer you last, the better your evaluation will be. Lionel's expression became slightly weird. If he really used everything he had, this man would end up as a cripple. And that would be the best outcome. I can't use my full power. If I stand out too much, they'll wonder why it was no one in this town knew me. Just enough to beat him should be fine. This town barely had a population of 1,000. If there were any outstanding people, they should have appeared long ago. So Lionel's choice was the wisest. Of course, he had every intention of standing out more later on. Lionel took a step forward and threw out a punch. Heckle was startled. This punch was even faintly better than something he could throw. He knew that Lionel would be good, but he didn't expect him to be this good. However, when he saw the slight clumsiness in Lionel's actions, he sighed a slight breath of relief. This sort of clumsiness couldn't be faked. It seemed that despite his stature, this young man wasn't very experienced in battle. Lionel really wasn't faking this. It could be said that all his battle prowess came from copying the spear consciousnesses. He didn't have much experience boxing, so his form was a little off and uncoordinated. But this was to his benefit. Like this, he could show off his potential while also not raising suspicion. Despite the power in his punch, Heckle easily evaded, countering with a strong uppercut. Using his smaller height and Lionel's inexperience to his benefit, he closed the distance with a step. Lionel was inwardly shocked. He could easily see through Heckle's movements, and even dodging was a simple matter for him. That was only if he relied on his true stats. If he kept suppressing himself, he might even lose a few teeth. Just when he felt he might just have to eat the punch, Heckle's fist came to a stop. Sorry. I got a bit too excited, hee. Heckle took a step back. He realized at that moment that he accidentally made Lionel's test more difficult than the others. He couldn't help it. Though Lionel was inexperienced, his raw strength was even better than his own with vast room for improvement. I'll give you a 4-star evaluation. Like this, you'll have a chance to become a squire for a good night. Go on, stand off to the side. It was clear Heckle was in a good mood finding a talent like Lionel. Lionel expressed his thanks with a smile, pretending to be a bit shaken before recovering. According to Heckle, a 1-star evaluation was only enough to join infantry. 3-star was the threshold to be able to be nurtured as a leader of men. 4-star and 5 stars were able to gain special nurturing. Most of them became the squires of knights. 5-star evaluations could gain a spot next to some of the best knights in Camelot. Though those knights were still short of the legendary 12 Knights of the Round Table, they were only a step below. Lionel was satisfied with this evaluation. Other than a handful of 3-star evaluations of those from the Baron's house, there were no others even close to him. The young men from the barony frowned hearing Heckle's words. This commoner gained a 4-star evaluation, but they only received 3 stars? However, did they dare to say anything in opposition? Heckle had beaten them all with absolute ease. It was likely that he was the strongest person in their town currently. What could they even do to him? In the end, they could only send glares toward Lionel, showing disdain toward his dirty appearance. Toward such a thing, Lionel could only sigh. He knew that it would only get worse from here on out. Even though this zone was based on a legend, he knew that the world of knights was filled with nobles. If even 3-star talents dared to send such looks toward him, it could be imagined what 4-star and 5-star talent nobles would say and do. Whatever, let's just finish this zone off as quickly as possible. A few tens of miles from Lionel's location, the others were undergoing similar experiences. However, it seemed that their entry may not have been as seamless as they once thought. The location was a castle that seemed to have been pulled directly out of a fairy tale. It was a land of complete blackness to the point even the grass that coated the land reflected like obsidian beneath the moonlight. Amidst this darkness, there was a mountain with peaks so sharp it might have been possible to mistake them for large spears piercing toward the skies. Blended in with this mountain range was a castle of black that carried the same jagged sharpness. Within this castle, seated on a throne that carried just as much darkness, there was a woman. Her skin was so pale that one could almost see right through it. Her hair was so black that it was difficult to tell where it stopped and her throne began. Her dress was the same, but the cups that held up her breasts seemed to be carved out from white bone. I sense 12 stars of fate. She suddenly mumbled, her cherry lips parting and closing in an alluring manner. The woman awoke, her irises radiating a deep blackness. However, there was a hint of confusion in her eye. According to the prophecy, there would be 12 stars of fate that could decide the path this world would take. She had always thought that those 12 were the Knights of the Round Table. So why was it that she suddenly sensed auras of fate that had nothing to do with them? Interesting. At that moment, the sound of footsteps entered the woman's ears as she lazily lied on her throne. Lord Modred, there's someone who wants to see you. This servant tried to stop them but... Lionel would probably be rendered speechless once again at this point. Wasn't Modred a man? It can't be that this zone was taking anime a bit too seriously as well, right? Chapter 214. Haha. Boy, you sure are an eager one. How many times do you want to lose? Heckle laughed uproariously as Lionel suffered another punch to the jaw. The latter felt his world spin as he was forced to take several steps back. It was only after he shook his head multiple times that he finally recovered. It had already been a week since Lionel had come to this world. According to the dictionary, this zone had an even greater time dilation than the Joan zone at 150. This meant that about a year needed to pass here for a week to pass in the outside world. Apparently, mythological zones tended to have the largest time dilations compared to other zones of a similar rank. At the moment, the moon hung high in the skies and they had set up camp for the night. A large fire sent billowing smoke upward at the center of an arrangement of tent. Lionel was sparring with Heckle once again. In fact, this wasn't just the second time. Lionel had already lost count. After losing the first time, he had been fascinated by the man's skill. He felt he was learning quite a lot though he continued to lose. The journey to their destination was a bit of a trial as well. The wilderness wasn't safe by any means. Setting aside bandits and rogues, just the wild beasts were truly troublesome to deal with. Much like this people of this zone, the beasts were also more powerful than they should be. So this wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination. So it wasn't surprising that the other recruits were dead tired. Lionel was the only one who would use such valuable rest time to torture himself some more. How could they know that this so-called trial was nothing more than a joke to Lionel? Again, Lionel wiped the blood from his lips. Of course, if he didn't want to be hurt, he only had to activate his metal synergy runes. But what would be the point of that? He brandished his fists once more. This time, it was clear that his stance was much more refined. His right fist hung by his chin, allowing his left to take the lead. He narrowed the target Heckle had to attack by extending his left foot and rolling his shoulder. In a flash, he took a step forward, sending 2 jabs in quick succession. Heckle smiled, entering a similar stance as though mirroring Lionel perfectly. It was rare to find someone so interested in his boxing style. Usually, these brats only wanted to pick up a sword or spear as quickly as possible. Of course, he had no idea that Lionel was less interested in the style itself, and more so just wanted to win. He found trying to defeat Heckle while keeping a cap on his stats was nearly impossible. It was likely that he could grasp the technique much faster if he used his Dream World and Dream Clone ability. But he was spending all his time at night calculating for the formation of his 9th and 10th node. He wouldn't spend it on this. However, he was still making progress. Heckle used his footwork to dip just outside the range of Lionel's jabs. He followed up quickly, wanting to take advantage of Lionel overextending himself to wrap around his side. But Lionel had learned quite a lot in the past few days. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward as Heckle tried to sweep to his left side. With a single pivot of his hips, he and Heckle faced each other once more. Ho ho. Heckle grinned. It seems your footwork got a bit better. That's right, always stay square to your opponent. Lionel and Heckle's match became a spar of movement. Around the fire, the jeers of the other soldiers could be heard. Captain, the kid's gonna beat you this time. Haha. I'm never gonna let you live this one down. Heckle grinned hearing his men, not minding at all. He felt quite gratified seeing Lionel's progress. Of course, while there were those who were happy, there would always be those who were gloomy. The youths of the town barony had gotten tired of hearing praise for Lionel over these few days. But they still had to admit they were no match for him. His performance during their daily marches was more than enough to prove this without a shred of doubt. Oof. Lionel suffered a fist to his chest and fell to the ground, feeling that the air had been knocked out of him once again. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had lost again. All right. That's enough for tonight, pretty boy brat. If go any longer, you really might win one. My old bones can't take this. Lionel was quite helpless toward this nickname. He had managed to use an ink sac from the octopus beast's body to dye his hair a deep black. Plus, with his new leather armor, he looked every bit the part of a promising squire. The only shame was that his hair seemed to reject the ink. So he had to reapply it every day. Luckily, with how massive the octopus had been, he wouldn't run out even after a decade passed. Lionel smiled lightly. Thanks for the help, Captain Heckle. Humph, just a useless skill. The barony youths looked on gloomily. The next week passed by swiftly. On that day, around noon, they finally saw massive castle walls in the distance. In fact, with his sight, Lionel could see 5 sets of walls, each getting progressively taller until they all pointed toward a majestic castle that seemed carved of jade. Lionel had never read about such a grand city. From what he could see, it was at least 50 kilometers from end to end, and that was just what was within the walls. As for the cultured lands around it, It was several times that Heckle didn't lead them to the gates. It seemed that they still didn't have the right to do such a thing. Instead, they were taken to a place connected by dusty roads. These roads all led to an open space where numerous captains just like Heckle had their youths standing around them. Everyone's attention seemed focused on a large tent up ahead. Lionel's ear twitched as he heard the clanking of metal. At that moment, the flap of the tent was slowly raised, causing the open space to fall into complete silence. It was a night. The excitement in the hearts of the youths ratcheted up several levels. It was as though they were all meeting their idol. The knight swept an indifferent glance over them all. Those who've been selected to join the Mage Academy, stand to this side. Those 1, 2, and 3-star talents, go over there. 4 and 5-star talents, gather before me now. Numerous haughty and prideful youths puffed their chests out as they moved to stand before the knight, their eyes sparkling. Go on. Heckle gave Lionel a slap to the back. Do us proud. Lionel smiled lightly and moved forward as well. Numerous gazes swept over him, including those of the 4 and 5-star youths. However, when they noticed his standard-issue leather armor, a hint of contempt could be seen in their eyes. Lionel could only ignore such things. However, when the knight spoke once again, the youths no longer had the time to send disdainful glances toward him. There are 57 of you? What bullshit! Do you captains think that 4 and 5-star talents are really so cheap? The knight roared. He didn't like the idea of going out to find talents like this in the first place. What talents couldn't they find right here in Camelot? To make it worse, relying on mere captains to make this judgment was even more ridiculous. A sharp force flooded out from the body of the knight, causing many of the youths before him to grow weak at the knees. Though Lionel didn't know it, many of them had bribed their captains with wealth in order to gain such evaluations. How could they not be horrified? So in certain respects, the knight was correct to react in this way. His force jetted out, drawing a massive circle of 100 meters in diameter. The cold sweat on the youths grew. In that moment, they felt as though if even a hair of that force hit them, they would die without knowing what happened. Since you think this is all a joke, you all can battle to the death. None of you are allowed to leave this circle until only 4 remain. Should any of you try to flee from this circle, or are kicked out of it before this happens, you'll die beneath my blade. A bloody, murderous intent soared into the skies. It was only now these youths who were just feeling proud of themselves realized that becoming a knight wouldn't be so simple. As for those who bribed their way to this position, they were even more shaken. What clowns were they? Paying to die. Chapter 215. I forgot to mention something else. The first 20 who die will have the captains who recommended them follow them in death. Even Lionel was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He could see the disdain the knight held for all of them. But to order that 53 of them should be killed. Wasn't that a bit too much? Even beyond that, he was even dragging the captains into this. At that moment, the training grounds turned completely silent. Not to mention the youths locked within the circle. Even the captains that had selected them couldn't stop themselves from shaking. What were mere captains worth in the face of a true knight? Those captains who knew they had bended the rules in exchange for benefits all paled considerably. Even those who had followed the rules were trembling. So what if they followed the rules? In a battle royale, who was to say that someone deserving wouldn't die? In that case, wouldn't they be screwed? Maybe the only one who didn't have a great reaction was Lionel. He didn't notice when it was, but he had been in so many life and death situations to now that he was no longer affected by just this much. What are you all standing around for? The knight growled. If someone doesn't die within the next minute, all 57 of you can die. The words were like a spark that lit a raging fire. Lionel had only managed to raise an eyebrow at the words before he found several attacks coming toward him, one of which was actually coated in force. Lionel frowned. He didn't give us any weapons? No, some of them do have weapons. It's just that he couldn't be bothered to care whether or not everything was fair. The more Lionel thought about it, the more he disliked this knight. Testing them was fine. Why was it that this test was so despicable? The worst part was that those who were more likely to have bribed their captains were the most likely to have the best equipment on them. However, the fact one could attack Lionel with force definitely meant that he was worthy of his title of 4 or 5-star genius. Heckle paled when he saw so many attack Lionel right from the start. It was as though they all had a tacit agreement to get rid of the lesser-thans first. Heckle had followed the rules. He never once took a bribe. But if Lionel were to die so early on, it wouldn't matter. He would have to follow him in death. Lionel sighed. He could faintly see Heckle's face drain of all color from his vantage point as a dagger, and 2 fists came his way. He shifted backward, sinking into his boxing stance. He could sense every change within this 100-meter range. In fact, he could already see that within the next second or two, at least 3 talents would fall, all of them dressed just as simply as him. A flicker of rage sparked in Lionel's heart. What a cruel world. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for not showing any mercy. Lionel's left fist flattened out, whipping out in a downward slapping motion that cleanly hit the dagger-wielding hand. His actions were so fast that the young man before him hardly had time to react before he found his wrist swelling with pain. The dagger clanged to the ground as the young man called out in pain, but Lionel had already moved on from him, facing the 2 remaining punches. He rolled his shoulder, causing the fist to skim off his defenses. The strike alone should have carried nearly 1-0 in strength, but Lionel's runes flickered beneath his armor out of the sight of everyone else, let alone causing damage to him. Lionel's attacker was lucky to only catch a piece of Lionel. Before the young man could even react to the bursting pain his fist felt, Lionel had already taken a step forward, his hips winding and his back foot pivoting against the ground hard as he sent a punch toward the final fist. Heckle's face drained of all color. He could see the benefit of his training with Lionel right before him, but he could also see the force coded on the final young man's fist. He knew how strong Lionel was, but his background was too lacking. He simply didn't know about these things. If he met this fist head-on, he was finished. Bang. However, completely out of Heckle's expectations, Lionel sent the young man flying. A mournful, muffled cry sounded through the training grounds. But it was completely drowned out by the sounds of battle. Lionel frowned. Killing with my fists is too difficult. Had that been my spear, Lionel sighed. He couldn't take out his spears now. If he did, he would expose his spatial bracelet. Who knew what kind of consequences that would have? But Lionel's steps didn't pause as he pressed his 2 fingers together and turned, jabbing a bloody hole into the throat of the young man who threw the normal fist. With another step, he entered the range of the young man with the dagger. The latter held onto his wrist, crying out in pain. But Lionel didn't seem to care as he threw a punch toward his head. Call of the wind. Bang. The young man's head exploded into a cloud of blood. Let alone the crowd, this shocked even Lionel. He had only applied Call of the Wind to his fists because he found that his fingers were too vulnerable to continue using like a spear. Since he didn't want to expose his runes so easily to toughen them up, this was the better option. But never had he expected the result to be so exaggerated. At that moment, a hushed silence fell over the battlefield. Blasting a person's head apart with a single punch. What kind of concept was that? The young man who had awakened force and attacked Lionel earlier trembled fiercely. He didn't even seem to register his broken arm as he tried to scramble backward. The further he got from Lionel, the better. Ah! You did it, Lionel. You awakened inner strength. Lionel smiled bitterly when he heard Heckle's words. At this moment, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Several pairs of eyes landed on Lionel. They all knew what to do. Several youths had already stood out amongst the crowd, killing targets not long after Lionel had. If they didn't band together against these youths, they would die. Chapter 216. Heckle seemed to realize that he had spoken out of turn, but it was too late to regret it. He had been on the brink of life and death just a moment ago. Yet Lionel suddenly pulled a reverse that saved his life. How could he not be excited? A moment later, Heckle's expression had tensed once more. Lionel frowned and entered his stance, not forgetting to pick up the dagger on the ground first. Another 3 slowly moved toward Lionel, their eyes flickering with hints of caution. This caution was not only for Lionel who was before them, but also toward one another. It wasn't as though they had suddenly begun to trust each other just because they tacitly understood they needed to work together. Seemingly understanding this, Lionel no longer hesitated as he dashed forward. He completely ignored the young man with a broken arm, deeming him less of a threat. With the strengthening on his internal sight, Lionel knew that this young man had only formed a single force node, and it was in the very arm Lionel had already broken. He was practically a cripple. When Lionel entered a 5-meter radius of the three before him, he shot out the dagger in his hand. It whistled through the air, piercing one of them through the throat. In what felt like a flash, he appeared before the remaining two, his eyes flickering with a cold, calculative light. His speed was simply too fast. His palm appeared on one of their chests. As though being met by an unstoppable force, the young man was sent flying through the air, crashing into a few that were taking the opportunity to surround Lionel. Lionel's fist jabbed forward. Under the influence of Call of the Wind, it felt as though hurricane-force winds were ripping the young man apart, leaving his face distorted even before Lionel's strike landed. Another rain of blood shot into the skies as another corpse fell beneath Lionel's fist. However, Lionel himself was still frowning. It looked impressive that their heads were exploding like this. But the truth was that this simply displayed Lionel's lack of control. Call of the Wind was initially a long-range attacking technique meant to be applied to arrows, darts, and similar weapons. Lionel had modified it to be used with a spear, but the essence of the technique remained the same. Both allowed him to focus his force into a point. However, his fists seemed completely incapable of doing this. It made Lionel realize that maybe his mastery over this technique wasn't as great as he initially thought. If he could apply better control, he felt Call of the Wind could be maybe even 10 times more powerful than it was now. As Lionel thought, his body flickered amidst the 4- and 5-star talents. His steps held the shadow of Heckle's skill within them, mixed in with a hint of the primitive spearwoman. There seemed to be a mysterious rhythm to his steps as though he wasted not a single movement. It was as though he could plan several movements ahead, deftly escaping encirclements, advancing on a whim, retreating with a thought. Lionel came to realize in that moment that there was more to fighting than just launching the strongest attack. All this time, he had been using his ability to think of ways to land his blows. He always felt that as long as he landed a good hit, with his strength, the battle would be all but over. But what would happen when his opponent was several times more powerful than him? Or more appropriate to the current situation? What if he was simply outnumbered and moving to take down one person would cause him to be vulnerable to another? He suddenly understood now. His body felt lighter, his steps grew softer, and even a mysterious aura began to emanate from his body. This is it. This is what I felt when I was watching the primitive woman battle. Lionel could have long since taken another spear from the spear domain ring, but he hadn't all this time because he felt he still hadn't fully understood. When he watched the primitive woman battle, he remembered being in awe. She had faced so many enemies, yet not only did she defeat them, but even when they wanted to escape, all of their paths of retreat were cut off. The more Lionel thought about that scene, the more incredulous he found it. How could one person stop several from running away? If it was just a matter of her speed being several times greater, that would be fine. But Lionel knew that though she was faster than those men, it hadn't been exaggerated to that point. That only left one explanation. There was something mysterious about her movement. Not only was she faster than them, but it also felt like they couldn't take even a step forward without her permission. Complete control. All this time, Lionel had been so focused on his flexibility and imitating her lightness and quickness. But this was all superficial. The truth behind the mystery of her footwork was her mind and the way she manipulated her opponents. Lionel sank into a trance. The entire battlefield reflected in his mind as though he could see it all from above. His hair fluttered in the wind as he walked through the youths that attacked him. Yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The knight's eyes narrowed. He had been observing the entire battlefield, and there really were 4 youths who had caught his attention before, which was why he set the requirement to just 4. But he had never expected a 5th to appear. And not only that, but at that moment, the knight's narrowed gaze widened as a wave of shock overwhelmed him. General Star. Stop. 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 The sudden roars of the night caught them all off guard. How was it so easy for a group of people who had just been hell-bent on killing one another to suddenly come to a grinding halt like this? However, who really dared to ignore the words of a knight? You and you. The rest of you can scram back to the 1 to 3 star talents. Everyone was stunned. Weren't they supposed to be fighting to the death? What was happening? As for the young men who were called forward, they too were stunned, including Lionel. He didn't think that the knight would suddenly grow soft-hearted, so what was happening exactly? Lionel and the other 4 youths looked at one another. Not a single one of them wasn't covered in blood, but it was obvious at a glance that none of it was their own. One of them was wearing standard-issue leather armor like Lionel, but the other 3 had patches of metal armor here and there, making them look like real warriors. It was clear their standard was better in comparison to Lionel. You 5, and those hoping to become mage apprentices, follow me. The knight turned and walked toward the first gates of Camelot, not explaining anything to anyone. But no one dared to question him, least of all the bribed captains who just got a new lease on life. It was safe to say they wouldn't dare take such payment again in the future. Chapter 217. Though Lionel was baffled by the sudden turn of events, he soon decided to cautiously proceed. He felt that this might be another instance of this mythological zone finding him opportunities. He had no idea that things weren't this simple at all. That said, the current Lionel was fascinated by the Mage Academy the knight mentioned. The knight had originally split off the youths that would be attending this academy to one side, but before Lionel could observe them, he suddenly found himself in a battle royale to the death. So for obvious reasons, he hadn't had the time or mind to pay to them at all. After questioning the dictionary, Lionel had learned a lot of things about mythological zones. But maybe the most important thing was that anything that could happen here was capable of happening in the real world. Due to this, mythological zones were highly sought after in high-level worlds. In fact, world wars, the likes of which could make Earth's own world wars look like child's play, were almost guaranteed every time one appeared. This may sound odd. There shouldn't be anything different about this zone in comparison to others. One also needed to remember that the so-called rewards of the zones weren't prepared by the zone itself, but rather higher-level worlds investing in the progress of Earth. It could be said that zones didn't have any rewards for clearing them at all aside from helping bring one's world closer to the next evolution tier. Things only began to change when gold zones were taken into account. One could only begin taking treasures out of zones at this level. In any lower-level zones, they would disappear. That said, mythological zones were a special case. It was still impossible to take treasures out of mythological zones, unless they were gold in grade. Since this was still considered a black grade zone, Lionel was obviously out of luck in this regard. However, the crux of the value of a mythological zone was exactly in those earlier words. Everything that happened in a mythological zone could happen in the real world. On the surface, this seems like a useless detail. But really think about it for a moment. What if a mythological zone had a completely new power system? What if they had a completely unique way of utilizing force or drawing force arts? Wouldn't that mean that whoever explored a mythological zone would gain access to this completely new system? The value of such a thing was unimaginable. For this reason, mythological zones were seen as treasures of the universe. Though it was impossible that they would always provide a completely new magic system, there was always the chance of such a thing. And even when this chance ended in failure, it was always possible to find unique views that could progress already established branches of power. What Lionel lacked the most now wasn't strength, but knowledge in how to apply it. He only had one technique: Call of the Wind. Aside from this, he was completely relying on his own instinct and the battle sense of his spear consciousnesses. He had initially been planning on using some of his rewards from this zone to solve this weakness before he left to terrain. But if he could get the techniques he needed from this mythological zone instead, the benefits might be unimaginable. Of course, even with this set aside, Lionel was fascinated by the Mage Academy. If everything that happened here was really possible in the real world, What would happen if he joined the Mage Academy instead? If he had the chance, he would. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, Heckle hadn't tested his aptitude to become a mage. Forget it, it's most important that I focus on completing the missions. Learning this mythological zone's unique power systems comes secondary. Lionel couldn't forget that he was on a timer. Every zone had a hidden timer hanging over the heads of those who entered it. He had found this out the hard way in the Joan of Arc zone. According to the dictionary, the timer for this world was set to around 10 years. That was the equivalent of 10 weeks to the outside world. He had to figure things out by then. That sounded like a lot of time, but Lionel knew that it wasn't. In that time, he needed to gain enough power and prestige in Camelot to actually affect change. In an already established kingdom like this one, let alone 10 years, even 30 might not be enough. But displaying his talents just might be a great help to that. So if he had the chance, he would display them more. Now that he was here, there was no need to keep holding back. Head began to slowly show what he had. Lionel was lost in his thoughts when a sudden voice awakened him. Ellis, I've brought your brats. Hurry up and scram out here. Lionel looked up to find that they had already long since entered Camelot. Not only had they entered, but they had gone as deep as the third city section. Camelot had 5 walls and 5 gates. The most outer wall opened to a section known as the Outer City. The second gate led to the Upper Outer City. And the third, where they were now, was known as the Inner City. Beyond that, the fourth gate led to the Noble City and the fifth led to the true core of Camelot. Of course, these were just colloquial names. Officially, all of these cities were collectively known as Camelot. If one could live here, they were already the cream of the crop. But where people could have divisions amongst each other, they would. Currently, Lionel and the group of youths had been led to the inner city, and were now before the doors of a small shop. Compared to the large buildings all around, it seemed out of place. Through the windows, it was possible to see bookshelves that covered the whole shop. It was to the point that books that couldn't find a place were strewn about wildly. At that moment, a woman wearing dark blue mage robes and a pointed hat that seemed too big for her head pushed her way out and faced the youths and the knight. Them. The woman frowned. Or rather, Lionel thought she did. It was a bit hard to see her face through her drooping hat. These are the brats the captains picked. If you want to blame someone, blame them. If it wasn't because I lost that bet, do you think I would have picked them up for you? Ellis waved her hand that looked surprisingly fair. At this point, Lionel was expecting an old hag. If it wasn't for the barely noticeable curves in her voice, he wouldn't have been able to tell she was a woman at all. All right, I've done my part. Now you 5. Follow me. Lionel saw a barely perceptible flicker of excitement in the knight's eyes when he said these words, causing him to be confused. It seemed Ellis noticed this as well and looked up curiously. She was likely quite familiar with this knight, and wanted to know what could excite him. But Lionel would have never expected her eyes to land on him. Well, he thought it landed on him. Her body seemed to be pointed in his direction. It was simply too difficult to catch a glimpse of her face. Suddenly, her body trembled violently as though she could fall over at any moment. Jaren, are you trying to steal talents from me? Do you believe I won't blast you into ash right now? The knight who had been ready to take them away looked toward Ellis with an incredulous expression. When he saw where Ellis was looking, he protected Lionel to his back. Don't you dare, old witch. This is my future general. Chapter 218. Lionel didn't know what to say. This was the inner city. Everyone here thought themselves to be refined people of the upper middle class. Seeing a knight and a mage get into a screaming contest in the middle of a busy cobblestone street was definitely not the norm for them. However, whereas they would scold and lambaste a commoner doing such a thing, none of them dared to offend a knight, and least of all a knight that didn't mind offending a mage. Mages were rarer, and thus more valued. Any knight who didn't mind arguing with a mage was definitely one with relatively high standing even amongst knights. As a result, instead of seeing these two as uncultured, those nearby were rather curious to find out just what could cause two individuals of such standing to act in this way without care for their image. What bullshit, General Star. This young man is a born mage. Are you trying to waste his life away? Nonsense. Do you know how rare general stars are? Our kingdom only has 31, and 13 of them are the lords of the Round Table and His Majesty. I'll fight it out with you right here, old witch. Bah, who's an old witch? This lady here is still very young. Say one more word of nonsense, and I won't hold back any longer. Ellis looked up toward the knight, Jaren, her hands on her hips. Like this, Lionel could finally catch a glimpse of her face, and he had to say that she truly was a young lady. A gorgeous young lady at that. But judging by the way Jaren kept calling her an old witch, he had a feeling there was more to this story. At this point, the youths who had walked here with Lionel couldn't help but cast weird and somewhat envious looks toward him. By now, it was obvious to them all that these two were fighting over him. Even the crowd who had been standing around couldn't help but cast a few more looks toward Lionel. General Star? They were all aware of how prestigious such a title was. And even if they weren't, Jaren's words were more than enough to explain it to them. Old witch, are you really trying to fight me for a general star? This matter will definitely be brought to His Majesty's attention within the week. Is this really the battle you want to fight? You understand nothing. Those bullshit captains know even less. They dare to give such a talent over to you blockheads. This young man could become a 3-star magus given enough guidance. And you're talking to me about a damn general star. Jaren's expression flickered wildly. There were indeed 31 general stars. However, a 3-star magus? There were only 7 of them in the entire kingdom. Their statuses were so high that only His Majesty himself could order those old fogies around. If things were like this, it was obvious which had the higher standing. But Jaren was still unwilling to give up. General stars weren't just born like talented mages were. General stars usually awoke later in life after one had experienced many things. One as young as Lionel. If he ignored King Arthur, this would be a first in their history. However, Jaren was feeling incomparably aggrieved. How had the captains missed out on something like this? Wait, how had even he missed it? Seeing the confusion on Jaren's face, Ellis sneered. You fool. How could you muscleheads be worthy of seeing through his talent? His spirit pressure has already reached the standard of a 3-star magus. He just hasn't learned how to control it yet. Jaren grew ashen. Was such a thing really possible? Damn it. Old witch. I'll definitely fight it out with you today. Jaren unsheathed a broadsword to his side, not even pausing for a second as he slashed out toward Ellis. Damned muscle-brain bastards. You think I wasn't ready for you? An illusory aura surrounded Ellis. Though Lionel was unaffected, the youths around him trembled, some of them even directly fainting. Ellis swept a glance over them and harumphed. Trash. A wand appeared with a flick of Ellis' palm. She drew a line in the air, sending a strike out toward Jaren's sword without a care in the world. The result should have been obvious. A dainty woman holding something that looked like a tree branch. A big, hulking man swinging down a 2-handed blade with all his strength. Which one came out on top was obvious, right? Bang. The reality was completely out of expectations. Both Ellis and Jaren took one step back before they both moved once more. Jaren charged forward to gain a head of steam while Ellis retreated with light footsteps, her wand waving in the air with an elegant cadence as she mumbled beneath her breath. Lionel's eyes shone. He was certain that what she was doing was invisible to most people, and even maybe invisible to Jaren, but he could see 2 force arts quickly forming to her back. At the same time, she sent out simple force bullets to obstruct Jaren's path. All the while, she seemed calm and collected as though everything was in the palm of her fair hands. Jaren caught Lionel's attention as well. His force control was exceptional. Lionel could see that his whole blade was coated with force, yet it was so tightly controlled that it was hardly perceptible even with Lionel's senses. That wasn't all either. Jaren seemed capable of incorporating his force into his every step, his every movement. There was nothing wasted and his actions carried a fluidity to them that could enrapture those with enough foresight. Though his actions seemed far less elegant than Ellis' own, in Lionel's eyes, they both had the same amount of skill. Their battle seemed fierce, their strength surpassing even what Lionel could do by a small margin. Yet, not only was there no destruction of property, Even the people around seemed completely unaffected. This was the true reason Lionel found them to be stronger than himself. This level of control. He most definitely didn't have it. Old witch. Muscle-brained rogue. Should I stop them? Or? Lionel was at a bit of a loss. Just when he was going to try and mediate, he suddenly felt two overwhelming auras converging onto this place. They were powerful to the point Lionel's blood ran cold. From the instincts he gained from the primitive man, he could tell that he would have to put his life on the line to fight these two. Chapter 219. From the east, a towering figure leapt over several buildings, landing heavily on the ground. Cracks spread along the cobbled roads, but the figure didn't seem to notice as he bent his knees and launched himself into the air once again, bounding across hundreds of meters with every leap. From the west, a willowy figure fluttered through the air like a leaf. They swayed in the skies, making it seem like they just might fall from grace at any moment. Yet, they managed to keep a steady pace, heading toward their destination with a purpose in the deep oceans of their eyes. Bang! The first figure landed heavily before the group of youths, causing the ground to quake. From their vantage point, he seemed so tall that he blotted out even the sun, casting a shadow over them all. He wore silver armor accented with outlines and embroidery of red. It made him look like a raging flame, even when he stood completely still. He stood at almost 7 feet tall. His jaw seemed sharp enough to cut grass and his eyes held a cold, murderous will within them that made those who got too close tremble uncontrollably. The second figure fluttered to the ground slowly. It felt like even if there were fields of grass beneath his feet, they wouldn't even bend beneath his weight. He wore deep maroon robes. His long hair rested against the small of his back, not a bit shorter than his long beard. Not only did they share the same obscene length, but they also shared the same snow-white color to the point it was almost difficult to look at the man directly. Sir Lamorak. Magus Aelyard. Jalen and Ellis came to grinding halt. It was obvious at a glance that they had called these two here, hoping to catch each other off guard. But obviously, since they had both appeared, it seemed that neither had gained the upper hand once again. As such, even while they were greeting their superiors, they still sent sidelong glares toward one another. Aelyard smiled amiably, stroking his long beard. Compared to Lamorak, he was definitely several levels more approachable. However, those of the crowd nearly had a heart attack when they heard such titles. Magus Aelyard? He was a 3-star magus, and one of the 7 most powerful mages of Camelot. Sir Lamorak? He was one of King Arthur's 12 knights. Lionel didn't know who Magus Aelyard was, but he had read enough fairy tales to know who Sir Lamorak was. At this point, even he felt that this situation was getting a bit out of control. He hadn't expected things to go this way at all. He had spent so long planning his next moves before he made a decision, but at every turn it felt as though this zone was the one pulling him by the nose. When these two got closer to him, he realized that his previous assessment had been too conservative. If he were to fight one of these two alone, even if he put his life on the line, his chance of living would be less than 10%. If it was both of them together, he could likely only wait for death. Lionel took a deep breath. He affirmed to himself once more that he needed to revise his power estimation system. But at the same time, he was confused. Ellis had said that his spirit pressure was already at the standard of a 3-star magus. He didn't know exactly what a 3-star magus was, but he assumed that spirit pressure was this world's name for what he called spirit, and his father called soul force. If he really was at this standard already, why was it that he felt this magus was an insurmountable mountain? He didn't have an aura anywhere near this imposing. Master, you mustn't let them take this boy. It'll be a big loss to the mage world. Ellis seized the initiative and spoke first. She knew how domineering Sir Lamorak was. If he just directly snatched Lionel, there wouldn't be time for her to shed tears. Sir Lamorak, this boy is a general star, we can't let him off. Before Aelyard could respond, Jaren spoke up as well, unwilling to give up either. Oh, the two men looked toward Lionel for the first time. At that moment, Lionel felt as though 2 mountains were weighing down on him. He could only feel aggrieved at this point. Was this really only an SS grade zone? Then what the hell would he have to go through in an SSS grade zone? He had realized after fighting the Beast Kings that the divisions within the final 3 levels of a dimension had massive leaps between them. If not for this, he wouldn't have thought he was battling an SS grade threat when it was really just an elite S grade threat. But this still felt a bit too exaggerated. Aelyard's calm, caring eyes gave way to shock after a moment. As for Lamorak, sensing a general star wasn't as straightforward as sensing spirit pressure. But he was still stunned by the strength hidden within Lionel's body, though others couldn't tell. As an experienced knight of the Round Table, Lamorak could tell that the strength within Lionel's body wasn't very far from his own. In fact, he could feel a slight scent of threat coming from Lionel at the same time. When had their kingdom gained such a talent? It was then the atmosphere completely changed. Jaren and Ellis had both thought that their respective masters would immediately begin contending over Lionel as well. What they could have never expected was for the temperature to suddenly drop by several degrees. Lionel's hair stood on end as he explosively retreated. He didn't even feel the slightest hint of safety even after he had placed 10 meters worth of distance between him and the 2 men. Neither Lamorak or Aelyard moved a single inch, but Lionel felt as though a guillotine was hanging over his neck, ready to fall at any moment. "Who are you? Who sent you to my Camelot?" Lamorak's words caused a coldness to well up in Lionel's heart. Chapter 220. Lionel felt a heaviness on his chest. He suddenly found that it was several times more difficult to breathe, as though all the oxygen in the air had been sucked away by some unknown force. "Speak, boy." Lamorak's words grated against Lionel's ears, beating them like a drum. It felt like his head might explode if he listened too closely. "Or else I'll slaughter you where you stand." Lamorak and Aelyard were immediately on guard. A normal talent was always something to celebrate. But if a talent was too monstrous, rather than being a joyous occasion, it would cross over and become something completely different. A body rivaling that of a Knight of the Round Table? A spirit pressure rivaling that of a 3-star Magus? Rather than truly believing that Lionel was such a genius, it made more sense to believe that he was a hidden evil with bad intentions. It was simply impossible for someone so young to have such ability. There had to be another explanation. Lionel's frown deepened. "What the hell is wrong with me?" Lionel hadn't felt this way since the Mayan tomb. This uncontrollable, insatiable fear that seemed to want to swallow him whole. He found it difficult even to calm his mind the slightest bit. After a moment, Lionel's eyes focused on Aelyard, his expression becoming even more serious. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but he had a strong feeling that it was the fault of this seemingly amiable man. There was a slight glow in his eyes. It was nearly imperceptible, to the point even Lionel began to question himself. In that time, the fear he felt multiplied several times over. Unwilling to relinquish the hold it had on his heart, Lionel turned his gaze back toward Lamorak, the goosebumps spreading rapidly across his skin without pause. He shook his head furiously, trying to calm his mind, but he found it impossible to do so. The frustration in his heart grew several levels greater, and he began to feel an irrational anger. He didn't even really know where it came from. For some reason, he kept having flashbacks of Jaren forcing them to fight to the death. Then, the scene of Ellis calling the others trash simply because they couldn't withstand her spirit pressure ran through his mind. All of the bad impressions he had of Camelot suddenly exploded forth hundreds of times over. "Are you going to speak or not, boy?" Lamorak's voice clapped like thunder in his mind, pushing Lionel over the edge. "Piss off!" Lionel suddenly roared, his voice piercing the veil and rampaging across Camelot. At that moment, Lionel's suppressed force spread out in a tidal wave, causing billowing white steam to fill his surroundings. His hair shot into the skies, the ink he had used to coat it vaporizing to reveal a blinding bronze sheen that shimmered no differently from polished metal. Runes uncontrollably appeared all across Lionel's skin. This was his true state. Without suppressing his lineage factor, these beautiful bronze runes radiating a royal violet color would uncontrollably cover his body. Beneath his weight, The cobbled roads cracked as he turned a pair of red eyes toward Lamorak. It was this annoying man who kept roaring at him, giving him such a splitting headache. It had truly infuriated him to the max. An oppressive aura erupted from Lionel's body, bearing down on Camelot like an emperor descending from the skies. The runes finally stopped spreading across Lionel's body. At that moment, he looked no different from a Roman god. His billowing hair, the bronze halo above his head, the crown drawn across his forehead. Even his eyes radiated a sharp light. Aeliard's expression changed. It wasn't just him. All those who had been around found it difficult to comprehend what was happening. At that moment, it felt as though a third heavy weight of Camelot had appeared, someone with no less strength than a 3-star magus or a knight of the Round Table. Boy, do you think Camelot is a place you can act as you please? Before anyone could stop him, Lamorak had shot forward, a massive mace with a cylindrical head appearing in his hands. No, it wasn't a mace, it had no sharp points, it was a completely blunt weapon, carrying an impossibly heavy weight behind it. This only served to infuriate Lionel more. As though he had lost his mind, he took a step forward and sent out a punch. Those watching paled. A fist against a heavy weapon like that? Even if they weren't fighters, the ending to such a thing should have been obvious. Bang. And as expected, Lionel was sent flying. His body shot out like a broken kite, crashing through the buildings of the inner city without regard. At this point, Jaren and Ellis could finally grasp what was happening and their faces slightly paled. If they had really allowed such a spy into Camelot, the consequences would have been disastrous. Ironically, they could only look toward one another with gratitude. If it wasn't for the other battling with them for Lionel, they wouldn't have been forced to call their masters here, and this matter wouldn't have been exposed so soon. As for giving Lionel a chance, they believed they had seen all they needed to see. Though they didn't know what those runes on Lionel's body were, they knew that such a thing had never appeared in Camelot before, and as such had a high likelihood of originating from an outside place. In this land there were only 2 factions, Camelot and Modred's demon army. If Lionel wasn't from the former, he was obviously from the latter. Plus, on top of that, they had all seen how Lionel's hair color was hidden from them. What reason would he have to hide such a thing if not to cover up something? Luckily, this was over. They could only hope that their masters didn't blame them too much. After all, wasn't this still a merit? If not for them, who knew how far this spy would have risen up? Who knew that at that very moment, the very Lionel that should have already been dead would walk out from within a pile of wreckage, blood leaking from his lips? At that point, let alone the crowd, Lamorak was especially stunned. At the same time, he grew several levels more serious. This threat had to be eliminated. A mighty roar left the knight's lips, his force billowing around him. But unlike Lionel's, which manifested like an uncontrolled geyser, his was compressed to the point of even carrying a faint red color. Die. Chapter 221. Lionel shoved off a massive slab of building off of him. Finally, it seemed that his eyes showed a bit of clarity, likely due to the thumping pain in his arm currently. His right hand wasn't a mass of bloody flesh as one might expect, but it wasn't that far off either. His bones managed to survive the ordeal with a few fractures, but the skin on his knuckles was completely obliterated. It could be said that for a normal human, this arm could be considered useless for the foreseeable future. But Lionel was able to ignore it somewhat at his current stage. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of dwelling on this for any decent period of time, because Lamorak was already charging toward him, his lumbering figure causing the ground to shake. Lionel's expression turned cold. Someone was playing with his mind. He wasn't one to lose his temper easily. Something like flying into a rage like he just had wasn't something he would do under normal circumstances. By now, Lionel was certain that his actions were related to Aeliard. It seemed that the magic system of this mythological zone was even more troublesome to deal with than he had thought originally. But now that he had recovered, he wouldn't allow his mind to be affected as easily again. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Lionel's palm flipped, causing his pointed spear to appear in his hand. He had already decided. His priority was running from this place, but he had to find an opportunity. It took time to sink into the earth and escape. Now that he thought about it, the best chance was while he was still beneath the pile of rubble, but his mind had still been clouded then. He'll use this battle to scale the strength of these knights and probe what other abilities their so-called 3-star magi have. Then he'll get sent flying again and use that chance to escape through the earth. After Lionel came to this conclusion, he chose to hide some of his strength. Since his metal synergy lineage factor was exposed, there was no helping it. But he could still keep his snowy star owl lineage factor a secret. Like this, he would still have some trump cards in the future. Lamorak's expression grew several levels more serious when he saw Lionel's spear appear. At the same time, he became even more certain that Lionel had something to hide. He too was able to take out his weapon from thin air, but this wasn't something a supposed commoner should be able to do. It was becoming more and more obvious that Lionel had something to hide. However, he was still feeling confident. He had seen through Lionel's strength after their first exchange. Aside from a strong physical defense, his strength was a few notches below his own, and his combat sense was even weaker. At least, that was what he thought initially. After Lionel's eyes regained their calm, he took a forceful step forward that sent his battle intent soaring through the skies. It was to the point that even Lamorak himself was somewhat suppressed. Lionel's spear pierced forward thrice in quick succession, sending curving arcs of wind toward the hulking knight. Lamorak shattered them all with a forceful swing of his spikeless mace, but his steps were still paused, allowing Lionel to take another forceful step forward, sending out several more piercing strikes. Lionel knew that his spear would snap after just a single exchange with Lamorak's mace, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? He continuously cast Call of the Wind toward Lamorak's vitals, his cold calculating gaze seeing 2, 3, even 4 steps ahead. It was only at that moment that the crowd came to a shocking realization of what was happening. One of the 12 Knight of the Round Table was being suppressed? Only Lionel and Lamorak knew that this wasn't exactly the case. At most, Lionel was like an annoying fly, constantly pestering the latter, and keeping him from being able to exert his full strength. Lionel took another step forward. At that moment, Lamorak felt his arms sink. Due to the sudden change, he couldn't react in time, and one of Lionel's piercing strikes found its way through the chinks in his armor, causing the hulking brute to finally bleed. The gravity field is only 1x, but it's enough for a sudden change of pace. Lionel's eyes narrowed. While Lamorak was unable to use his full strength, neither was Lionel. Not only was he holding back some trump cards, but he also had to continuously monitor Ailiard. However, he was so focused on protecting his life that he didn't even notice the utter silence that had fallen over the inner city. They couldn't believe their eyes. Still, despite the fact he had been injured, Lamorak didn't seem to care. In fact, he seemed completely unaffected. It seems I will have to use my true strength. I've underestimated you. Lamorak suddenly stopped defending completely. Or rather, he stopped moving entirely. Yet, even when Lionel sent out more Call of Wind strikes, trying to keep his distance, they completely shattered before even entering a 1-meter radius of the hulking knight. Lamorak's force began to flicker with a wild brilliance, condensing into a red raging flame. Yet, Lionel could tell that this wasn't fire elemental force. It was something completely different. It didn't have any heat to it, nor did the temperature rise. His force took a tangible form, fluttering around his body, and causing an oppressive pressure to flood over the battlefield. Bang! The stone beneath Lamorak's feet shattered as he shot forward. Lionel shot back, his brow slightly furrowed. But no matter how many strikes he sent forward, he couldn't break through the barrier around Lamorak at all. At that moment, Lionel's steps gained an enigmatic rhythm to them. He seemed to lead himself into a corner, only to just barely slip out and flip the positions of both himself and Lamorak. His light steps were in complete opposition to Lamorak's own heavy stomps, making their battle seem like one of a giant versus an ant. General Star? Lamorak remained expressionless. He had already heard Jaren say that Lionel had such a thing. But didn't he as well? In fact, compared to Lionel's own, It was like comparing a grown man to a child just learning to walk. The difference was even more exaggerated since Lionel's runes made his body heavier than he was equipped to handle. Just when Lionel wanted to trick Lamorak with his steps again, he found a swinging mace he couldn't avoid at all in his way. In fact, to an outside observer, it seemed as though he had walked into it of his own volition. Bang! Chapter 222. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lionel felt as though all the bones in his body were shattering. He had never been hit by a truck before, but he assumed that this was about as close as he could get to the real thing. His body curved grotesquely around Lamorak's spikeless, cylindrical mace, almost like a ball deforming around a baseball bat. Then in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. Or rather, he thought that was what would happen. But reality was cruel. In the single step Lamorak had taken to send a blow toward Lionel, the ground beneath his feet caved downward before jetting up a large broken piece. Before Lionel could fly very far to the side, he hit this broken piece first, causing his already bent body to crash the other way. In the end, as though it was all planned out beforehand, Lionel fell right before Lamorak, the glint in his eyes slowly growing dim. Lionel's world began to spin. He didn't have the presence of mind to maintain his ability any longer. It felt as though everything was fading. The pain was truly too much. His thoughts were in complete disarray. He only caught on to the faintest inkling of something that made him shocked to the point of speechlessness. Every step Lamorak had taken before had caused a crack on the ground. Then, during his last attack, his final step managed to kick up a large slab of stone that stopped Lionel from flying away. However, according to Lionel's calculations, that should have been impossible unless the previous steps drew the outline of the stone slab he eventually kicked up. If this was true, Lionel could only admit that he was entirely outclassed. His ability was perfectly suited for this kind of planned battle, yet he still lost so resoundingly. Weren't big brutes like Lamorak supposed to be simple-minded? Lionel felt his consciousness fading. The last time he felt this kind of pain, it was while he was opening his bloodline shackles. But, at least that had some sort of reward at the end. This was just unbridled, unconcealed, and unrestrained pain. Suddenly, the sound of whistling wind shook Lionel awake. He didn't need to look up to know that it was Lamorak's heavy mace swinging down toward him. As a man of the battlefield, Lamorak didn't feel the need to say anything after seizing victory. There was no room for trash talk or disdaining the enemy in such a situation. Those who did things like this usually didn't last very long. It could be said that this was the first time Lionel felt that death was so close. Not that there was just a threat of it, but in just a few more moments, he would experience what it felt like to have his life snatched from him. In the Mayan tomb, he almost died at the hands of the sacrificial virgin, but that was a choice he, himself, had made. He had found it too difficult to take the life of an innocent teenage girl. Compared to this situation where the choice wasn't in his hands at all, it was completely different. This feeling, sucks. Lionel hadn't ever felt such a wave of helplessness before. I don't like it. Lionel tried to move, a strong will pulling his body together as he tumbled to one side, just barely avoiding Lamorak's fatal strike. However, the air pressure alone made him feel as though his body was collapsing. Shattered bits of dirt and stone were flung on his body, sending him sliding to the side. Lionel grasped out for his spear, only to realize it was nowhere to be found. It must have flown out of his hand during that last barrage. What a joke, he hadn't even felt it leave his grasp. Had he been a true spearman, he would likely rather die than relinquish his weapon so easily, but it seemed he hadn't reached such a stage yet. Lamorak raised an eyebrow. He had only missed because according to his own calculative abilities, Lionel should have been too injured to move at all. Something like this was outside his expectations. However, he wouldn't miss again. Bang! Lionel was hit squarely on the head. The ground he was trying to pull himself up from shattered, and formed a small crater. Lamorak had thought that this would be enough, but his brows furrowed once more. He faintly noticed Lionel take out a weird fish scale. That scale formed a shield that just as quickly collapsed under his might. It was likely this that had saved Lionel's life this time. Lamorak began to feel a slight discomfort in his chest. With his experience, he knew that if he let things go on like this, 1 or 2 coincidences might snowball into 3 or 4. Eventually, the situation would get out of hand and leave his scope of ability to handle. His aura surged, the billowing red force around him surging up to another level. This time he wouldn't swing casually. He really would go all out. A roar billowed out. Despite the fact it came from his mouth, it felt as though it projected out from his chest. His torso swelled, concentric circles of concentrated wind jetting out from his lips. It was so deafening that it made it difficult to tell whether or not the roar came from a man or a beast. Bang! Lionel scrambled to activate 2 fish scales as the cylindrical mace descended once more. He still had many remaining since he hadn't ended up needing them for the force crystal core. But it somehow felt that no matter how many he brought out, it still wouldn't matter. Lamorak had an undeniable will. Even if he had to flatten a mountain or split the oceans, he would do it. An overwhelming strength came down from above. The 2 force skins Lionel formed barely held up for a split moment before shattering like broken glass. The mace crashed into his body, causing the small crater to expand a fold in size. The cracks along the cobblestone streets spread out toward the various shops on the side, causing some of them to collapse on their foundations. Lionel's chest caved inward, his face becoming badly distorted. When Lamorak lifted his mace once more, there was nothing but a mangled mess. With how much blood there was, it was difficult to even differentiate the features of a normal human body. Chapter 223. Lionel's mind went blank. Was he really going to die here? He was unwilling. Even more unwilling than he felt when his bloodline shackles tried to force him to take a step back. He was continuously roaring in his heart. However, his body was really in no state to move. No matter how unwilling he was, there was a limit to what will could accomplish. He's still alive? Lamorak raised an eyebrow. He still didn't manage to kill Lionel after going all out like this? Just when he wanted to swing again, though, a voice suddenly called out to stop him. Hold on, Sir Lamorak. There's still some value in questioning this young man, don't you think? Questioning him? For what exactly? Don't you think there are still some odd points about this? If he really was a spy, his actions are a bit too odd. Plus, I'm sure you know it's not possible for our Camelot to not have a single spy within it, right? With such a high-value spy like this young man, why would he come here on his own instead of relying on one of those connections to establish a footing first? Lamorak felt that Aeliard's words made sense. If he thought about it, the reason he was so hostile to Lionel was because of his weird actions. The moment they began to question him, he suddenly became defensive and even jumped back, broadening a 10-meter radius between them. At that moment, he had already assumed Lionel to be a spy. But from another angle, would a real spy really act so obviously? Lamorak frowned. But in the end his gaze turned resolute as he raised his mace once more. Sir Lamorak, what are you doing? While there are some suspicious points, there are even more points in favor of him being a spy. Your paranoia fog spell forces one to reveal their inner thoughts. It's clear that not only is this young man hiding something, but judging by his initial reaction, he's also hiding a bestial aura within his usually calm demeanor. With this kind of attitude, he isn't a person who forgives easily. Even if he doesn't retaliate, his heart will never be with Camelot. This will be something Madrid can exploit. Such a person. It's better that he dies. Lionel didn't hear any of these words. Even if he wanted to, the pain was too unbearable. Lionel subconsciously escaped into his dream world. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain lessened when he did so. It wasn't that his body had healed, but rather that it took a lot of his mental faculties to enter this space. So his other senses were dulled. Lionel had thoughts of just staying here to the end. Maybe death would be less painful in this way. However, that familiar unwillingness swelled in his heart. He really did hate this feeling. He couldn't explain why he hated it so much either. It wasn't as simple as him not liking pain. At the same time, it wasn't like Lamorak was a horrible person. He was only doing what he thought was right. He also didn't look down on Lionel, nor did he disdain his existence. All this being said, Lionel still hated this. He hated it so much that even with all the pain ravaging his body, he still had emotions to spare for Fury. But what good was that? Fury wouldn't do him any good. If anything, it would probably speed up his death. I need to get up. Despite having these thoughts, what good were they? Wanting to get up and being able to were two completely different concepts. No amount of will could mend his bones and flesh. His body was a complete mess. In truth, the fact that he had any consciousness to speak of was shocking enough. Maybe if his spirit wasn't so great, his thoughts would have already faded. Lionel's mind drifted, looking toward the large, complicated dream sculpt hanging in the air above him. It looked like a maze of golden and silver lines. If one had to explain it in just a few words, it would be like if one created a complex network of tunnels beneath a planet's surface, then took everything away but the tunnels themselves. In truth, it was incomplete. This dream sculpt was none other than the natural force art of the Force Crystal Mine Core. It was about 99% to completion, but that final percentage point felt like an insurmountable mountain to Lionel. He felt that even if he spent years meditating on it, it wouldn't do him any good. Lionel fell into a trance staring toward the natural force art before he realized what was happening. This always seemed to happen when he looked at this dream sculpt. He wasn't sure why it happened, but all he knew was that falling into this trance lessened his pain even more. It almost felt somewhat refreshing. In the outside world, Lamorak's mace reached its apex. Aelyard sighed and shook his head. He didn't feel that it was worth it to have a clash of ideologies with a Knight of the Round Table over someone as insignificant as Lionel. Plus, the words he spoke were true. There was nothing wrong with his analysis. However, just as Lamorak was about to swing downward just one more time, the fourth coincidence he had been battling against seemed to occur. At first, Lionel was nothing but a bloody mess. But in the next instant, a boundless light suddenly radiated out from his body. It was as though the light wanted to pierce the skies above. Its presence alone made the few clouds disperse, tearing them apart into rippling waves. Lamorak froze, as did Aelyard and the rest. The light didn't last for long. It also didn't come with an oppressive, unbridled aura. It was actually quite gentle to the point many somehow felt tears welling in their eyes. Their chests were overwhelmed by feelings of love and care. Yet none of them could grasp where this feeling was coming from. At that moment, Lionel's body was finally visible once again. It was still the same bloodied mess. But there were odd fluttering white feathers falling around him like gentle drops of rain. Each of the white feathers looked pure beyond belief, radiating a gentle golden light, as they fell onto Lionel's body one after another. Under the shocked eyes of the spectators, as every feather fell, the wounds on Lionel's body seemed to slowly close as well. However, with such a slow pace, how could there possibly be enough time to recover before Lamorak's mace fell? Chapter 224. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lamorak was shocked by the sudden turn, but he quickly recovered. Underestimating this boy could only end poorly. The only way to ensure that nothing else unexpected occurred would be to kill him now. After reaching such a conclusion, his aura surged once more, his power entering his spikeless, cylindrical mace as he powered a strike downward. Holy Sun! Ella's sudden shocked cry shook the inner city. Sir Lamorak, please stay your hand. Lamorak didn't seem to hear anything, but it was at this point that Aelyard moved. Just when his mace was about to kill Lionel, the frail old man appeared before the knight, a wand faintly glowing in his hand. A muffled boom sounded. Aelyard's maroon robes fluttered wildly under the wind pressure, but his supposedly fragile figure didn't bend. In fact, under the shocked gazes of everyone, his thin wand completely stopped Lamorak's massive mace in its tracks. Lamorak frowned. What are you doing, Magus Aelyard? Aelyard sent a complicated gaze toward Lionel, before turning back toward Lamorak. You cannot kill him. Compared to before, There wasn't an ounce of leeway in his words. It seemed that no matter what Lamorak said this time, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Aeliard had already resolved himself to protect Lionel. Lamorak's frown deepened. "Give me an explanation." His voice came out hoarse. No one doubted that if Aeliard's words weren't convincing enough, the Great Knight truly wouldn't have a problem with starting a battle here and now. Compared to the safety of Camelot, he didn't mind falling out with even a 3-star magus if he deemed it necessary. "You should have already heard it. He is our holy son. What other explanations do you need?" Lamorak slowly lowered his mace. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to do what he wanted to do today. He had indeed heard Elis' words, but he had completely ignored them. It was impossible to tell whether he knew their significance or not, or if he simply knew of it and still didn't care. At that moment, a whole host of city guards began to make their way forward. These events seemed to have taken a long time, but it was truly no more than a few minutes since the battle began. Coupling that with the fact the inner city usually didn't need much policing, and it was no surprise that it took so long for officials to make their way here. However, by the time they did, it was all already over. Lionel startled awake. His first thought was that he had died, and ascended to some higher world controlled by a greater power. It truly wasn't his fault for thinking this either. For one, he had been in a life or death situation. And secondly, he couldn't describe the place he was currently in by any other means. Everything was either in white or gold. Even the bed sheets that covered him were embroidered with real gold sheets. With his metal synergy lineage factor, it was simple for Lionel to tell that this was in fact real metal. Despite the fact that everything was woven by such bright colors, the room itself wasn't hard on the eyes. Everything gave off a warm light that made it more comfortable than grating. It was precisely the kind of place one would expect heaven to resemble. However, these thoughts didn't last long because when Lionel awoke, the large doors to his current room were opened. It was only now he realized just how tall the entryway was. He didn't understand why a bedroom needed doors with a height of over 5 meters. After he got over the oddity of the doors, Lionel was shocked to find that the one who entered was Elis. He very much doubted that she died along with him. Plus, if this was his heaven, the woman who came in should definitely be Aina, not this woman he barely caught a glimpse of beneath her massive, pointed hat. This time, though, Elis had taken off her large hat, revealing quite some delicate features. She looked like a girl of no more than 16 years of age. But, remembering that Jaren had called her an old hag multiple times, he felt that there was more to this story. When Elis saw Lionel looking at her so intently, she blushed profusely, forgetting what she had come for. The tray of water and fruits she had come in with clattered under her nervousness, shaking along with her trembling hands. Lionel raised an eyebrow. What was wrong with this woman? She didn't seem like the type to act like this. In fact, she had quite the foul mouth from what he remembered. Plus, it wasn't like he was handsome enough to cause such a reaction. As for Flowing Wind's words on his attractiveness, he never took it very seriously. She was just the type to say such things. Had Flowing Wind been here, she would have definitely felt aggrieved. She was very selective with her compliments. Even before the metamorphosis, Lionel was fairly attractive, at least considered within a top percentile of men. After the metamorphosis, not much changed. Until, that is, he awakened his lineage factors. He already had the appearance of a Roman god after touching upon his metal synergy lineage factor. But what he didn't know was that while he was unconscious, he had unshackled the healing sub-branch of his snowy star owl lineage factor. This had not only saved his life in an unexpected way, but it had also given him an added charm. Of course, this alone wasn't the reason Elis was acting in this way. Lionel's charm was one thing, but the legends behind his ability were something completely different. After a while, Elis finally settled herself beneath Lionel's gaze and set the tray down. Her long, slender fingers played with the fabric of her dark blue robes. "Holy Son, would you like me to serve you?" Lionel's expression turned weird while Elis seemed to become a ripe tomato. It was only after a while Lionel realized she was making weird assumptions, because of his gaze. "Holy Son? What is that?" Lionel asked with a weird expression. Elis blinked. Seemingly realizing that she had misunderstood something, she reddened even more. The Holy Son is you, of course. Me? How am I your Holy Son? Lionel's expression became weirder. That's of course because Holy Sun can spirit crystallize the light element. Had we known this before, we would have never treated Holy Sun as such. Ellis bowed in apology, causing Lionel to not know what to say. He had always thought that the so-called light versus darkness cliché was utter nonsense. But he had completely forgotten that this was a mythological zone. This was exactly the kind of place those clichés and legends came from. Chapter 225. After listening to Ellis, Lionel came to understand a bit more about his situation. It's no wonder they immediately threw out the idea of me being a spy. According to Ellis, Madrid and her demon army were harbingers of darkness. Though Lionel wasn't certain if this meant that they could utilize dark elemental force, what he did know was that the people of Camelot believed that someone who could utilize the light element was an inherently good person. Toward this, Lionel was a bit speechless, but he couldn't blame them. After all, if the main enemy you fought for a lifetime was one of darkness, you had good reason to assume such things. What is spirit crystallization? For such questions, there was no point in asking the dictionary about them. This was an entirely new magic system from what Lionel understood. As such, though the dictionary could make speculations, it wasn't possible to understand it in detail. This experience would teach Lionel something very important about the universe. Tales of fiction tended to have just one power system that ruled over all others, but this wasn't how the real world worked. Within the universe, there were countless systems of powers and new ones were being created all the time. Even though many of them had the same ends, they all approached it differently. Some magic systems could reach the pinnacle, others were lacking a bit, and yet others were lacking a lot. Whether Camelot's system fit into the first category, or one of the latter didn't truly matter much to Lionel right now. All he knew was that they were more powerful than his current self. So, at least for now, their techniques were worth learning. As long as it wouldn't badly influence his future path in a more properly vetted magic system, Lionel wouldn't mind trying out everything they had to offer. Ellis seemed to realize that Lionel really didn't know much of anything. It made her feel embarrassed that they had thought of him as a spy. Spirit pressure is used to crystallize the elements. Mages are born with differing affinities depending on several factors. Most often, affinities are inherited from one's parents. If two mages have a child together, there is normally a 20% chance their child will also be a mage. If those mages are more powerful, the chance is even higher. But it will also be more difficult for them to have children. If the parents share an affinity, the likelihood is even higher. For example, if both parents are water elemental mages, the chances are closer to 50%. In addition, their child will also have an even higher affinity for the water element in comparison to their parents. Sorry, I got off topic. Realizing that she had been talking about the mating patterns of mages, she blushed profusely once again. Lionel smiled and didn't mind. After the overly straightforward answers he was used to receiving from the dictionary, this was actually a nice change of pace. The other method is what I'm sure happened to Holy Sun. This could just be considered a blessing of the skies. Spontaneous birth of mages like you are ironically more common. Lionel nodded, hiding his peculiar expression. He gained his light elemental force from his mother's side. So, he wasn't in the category Ellis spoke of at all. But he had told Heckle that he was an orphan, so Ellis was probably tactfully tiptoeing around this. Since it was better to continue allowing her to think this way, Lionel didn't correct her. Plus, in his opinion, his mother wasn't truly his mother regardless. He didn't even have the faintest memory of her. There was a reason he had hardly reacted when his father told him she was still alive. Was it resentment? Lionel didn't think so. He couldn't remember ever missing his mother, but that was mostly due to him not really experiencing what it felt like to have one. Lionel would categorize it more as indifference. If he thought about it, maybe he was the weird one for feeling such a way. What do you all want to do with me? Finally, Lionel couldn't help but ask this question. After satisfying his basal curiosity, he realized that there were more important matters at hand. He felt that it would be a bit too naive of him to assume that everything would be fine now just because of this. However, after hearing Ellis' response, he realized he had still underestimated the value of the light element in this world. Had he known this, rather than getting beaten into almost becoming a corpse, he would have directly used his light elemental force instead of trying to hide it as a future trump card. Of course, Holy Sun will receive the same treatment as other Holy Sons. You will be allowed to enter the Mage Academy with high standing and receive all the rewards that come with this. We hope that you'll become a pillar of Camelot in the future. Lionel raised his brows. There are others besides me? Yes. There are 3 others. A hint of worship flashed within Ellis' eyes. One is His Majesty King Arthur. The second is 3-star Magus Orion. The last is the first son of the Mage Academy, Sir Leonis. He is the son of His Majesty and is also walking the same path, that of the Magus Swordsman. Seeing Ellis fangirling, Lionel didn't really have the heart to stop her ranting. He could only listen on as she rambled on and on about these 3 holy sons. At some point, he tuned her out completely and retreated to his own thoughts. Interesting. According to legends, Arthur had a bastard son by the name of Modred. But in this place, Modred is a woman. In addition, it seems that his publicly acknowledged son is also the child of his queen Guinevere. Thinking to this point, Lionel's expression became a bit weird. He suddenly remembered that one of the side quests of this zone was to repair King Arthur's relationship with Lancelot. And the dictionary made it quite clear that this was related to Queen Guinevere. Lionel felt another headache coming on. He really hoped that Leonis was Arthur's son. If it turned out he was Lancelot's son, this matter would only get more complicated. Chapter 226. Lionel was a person who was used to having many eyes on him. But even he was starting to get a bit antsy. The halls of the Mage Academy could be considered to be quite narrow. Well, not narrow by normal human standards. After all, they were still tens of meters across in width. The reason why they felt narrow was because their ceilings were just that tall. They loomed overhead with majestic archways, containing windows just as tall and grandiose. Unfortunately, with this large size came an equally large amount of people. Normally, it shouldn't be possible for so many to know of Lionel already. After all, this was ultimately a medieval era zone. There was no social media, nor were there any cameras. Due to this, Lionel should have been free from such troubles. However, what he didn't expect was that the robes Ellis had given him to wear would be so eye-catching. From what Lionel knew, the mages of this world were split into 9 grades. 1 to 3-star apprentice mage, 1 to 3-star official mage, and finally, 1 to 3-star magus. For each of these rankings, one would be assigned a different color robe. An apprentice mage would wear gray robes. An official mage would wear blue robes. And a magus would wear purple robes. The stages of 1 to 3-star would be separated by the darkness of the color. A 1-star apprentice mage would have robes that were nearly white, while a 3-star of the same kind would have robes that were nearly black. From this, it should be clear that Ellis was a 3-star official mage, and was very nearly a 1-star magus. However, none of this was the real reason Lionel was being stared at like some sort of lab rat. Usually, aside from the main color of one's robes, there would also be embroidery that exposed one's mage branch. Fire mages would have touches of red, water mages touches of blue, etc. Knowing this, it was no wonder everyone couldn't take their eyes off of Lionel. He was wearing gold-embroidered robes that only 3 others in the whole of Camelot were allowed to wear. Seeing his pale gray robes embroidered with gold was just one aspect, but the following connection they made between him and the rumors of the teenage boy who battled a Knight of the Round Table was what really set the environment ablaze. The fact Lionel lost didn't dampen his prestige in the slightest. Not only was Lamorak one of those legendary 12 knights, but he was also within the top 3 strongest among them. Lionel losing was a foregone fact. It was the fact he managed to survive at all that garnered so much respect. All right. Clear the way. Ellis became a cross between a jealous girlfriend and a valiant bodyguard, clearing a path for Lionel forward. Luckily, she had been tasked with being his guide, or else with how large this academy was, Lionel would probably be spinning in circles for a while. Though he could release his internal sight, he was told by Ellis that this action was rude, so he could only take a step back. At the same time, though, he was confused. By my estimations, a 1-star mage is the equivalent of someone who has opened just one force node. A 3-star magus should be the equivalent of someone who has opened 9 force nodes. But there were too many things Lionel had questions about. For one, he had already opened 8 nodes. Not only had he done so, but his nodes were much larger than a normal person's. By right, he shouldn't have lost so badly to Lamorak, who was the knight equivalent of a 3-star magus, a 3-star grand knight. Secondly, Ellis had said his spirit pressure was the equivalent of a 3-star magus, but this shouldn't have been true either. His spirit should be at the peak of the 5th dimension. Let alone a 3-star magus. Even 1,000 of them shouldn't have been able to match up to his spirit pressure. There was definitely something weird going on. Lionel was lacking in a way he couldn't put his finger on. But there was a burning fire within his chest. He had had this uncomfortable feeling within his heart the moment he awoke. He had never felt such agitation in his life before, and he found it hard to describe. All he knew was that unless he could defeat Lamorak, he would never feel at ease. Ellis led Lionel to a classroom he was embarrassed to find was filled with 12 to 13-year-old kids. Luckily, there were a few who were closer to him in age, but they were all seated at the back. It was clear their standing was much lower than that of the younger kids. Ellis walked to the front. Surprisingly, she was the lecturer for this class. Lionel chuckled and shook his head, his embarrassment fading. He was never an overly proud person to begin with, at least not for meaningless matters like this. Of course, if others knew he was thinking this, who knows how they'd react. It wasn't long before he had sat near the front and forgot about everything around him. Unfortunately, his bad habit flared up again. An oppressive aura filled the classroom as Lionel began to focus. Many of the small children burst into tears, but didn't dare to make a sound, fearful that they would anger Lionel. Lionel was so focused on Ellis' words that he didn't notice the oddities around him. This was always how he was in class. There was a reason everyone always waited for him to finish his tests and exams before they began. The only one that had always been unaffected was Aina. Ellis smiled bitterly, but she seemingly realized that Lionel wasn't doing this on purpose, so she could only continue. Still, it was safe to say that this would be the last time she allowed Lionel into this class. These poor children couldn't learn in such an environment. Now, spirit crystallization. Chapter 227. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Hours later, Lionel found himself in a library. Lionel wasn't very used to normal books. By the time his era came around on Earth, such things had been completely phased out. So, seeing the towering bookcases one could only use ladders to reach the top of, he felt a deep sense of awe. The scent alone made his heart reach a state of calmness. He had never understood when he read about those who said there was nothing that could compare to a book one could flip through, his father being among them, but now he gained a small inkling. The Mage Academy's library had many ledges and oddly placed staircases all around. Sometimes, the highest shelves of the obscenely tall bookcases could only be reached by climbing these stairs. One of Lionel's privileges as a holy son was the ability to access information beyond his mage level. Usually, as a 1-star apprentice mage, he would only be allowed to touch upon level 1 knowledge. But he was allowed to read up to level 4 knowledge. As long as he was within the Mage Academy, it wouldn't be an issue to read books 3 levels above his own. Lionel didn't mind this. He didn't expect to spend very long as a 1-star apprentice mage. He wouldn't be surprised if it only took a few months to become a 3-star magus. Ignoring all the glances he received walking into the library, Lionel immediately picked out as many foundation knowledge books he could find. These were books so common that this library had several hundred copies of each, so that those who needed them could always have one available. Foundational crystallization. Importance of affinity. Foundations of magic art formation. A mage and his spiritual wood. Breaking through. The ascension of tears. It wasn't long before Lionel's spatial bracelet was filled to the brim. Since Ellis had all but kicked him out of her class, he could only study on his own. Plus, he somewhat preferred it this way. If he followed the normal study plan of the academy, it would take at least 5 years to graduate, and even then he would only be an official mage. He didn't forget that he was still on a time crunch. This was a zone, not a vacation spot. However, Lionel was confident in himself. If this was only a matter of knowledge and gaining it, no one should be able to compare to him. Lionel sat at a normal oak table and pulled out his first book. I have to find ways to use my ability more efficiently. Lionel's eyes narrowed for a brief moment. He didn't forget the shock Simeon had given him. He had been able to evolve his ability to the point gene manipulation, had become a method of beast taming. This taught Lionel that he was relying too much on his ability to spontaneously evolve. He had to also come up with methods of improving it as well. Oh, call this ability dreamscape. Evolving one's ability wasn't always about forming some completely new power. Sometimes it was as simple as using the abilities you already have more cleverly. Lionel wanted Dreamscape to become like a databank in his mind. He saw it as a fusion of his dream sculpt and dream world. What separated truly intelligent people wasn't always about knowledge. If 2 students were always attentive in class, they would of course have access to the same knowledge. So why was it that even if they tried equally as hard, one person might ace the class, while the other might only receive an above-average grade? The difference wasn't knowledge, but in how one was able to apply it. Intelligent people can have access to the same knowledge, but are unique in the way they use that knowledge. They see things the less intelligent can't see, connect dots a normal student never would. This allows them the ability to solve problems with the same tools someone else would fail with. Lionel wanted his Dreamscape ability to supercharge his intelligence in the same fashion. The way it worked was simple. First, he would save something into his database using DreamSculpt. With DreamSculpt's ability to create a perfect memory of anything, he wouldn't have to worry about ever forgetting it. Following this, he would fuse the DreamSculpt into his dream world. This would place his DreamSculpt into his world of simulation. This was where the true fearsomeness of this ability would come into play. Let's say Lionel added this book in his hand to his Dreamscape. This book was titled Friend of Light. From Lionel's understanding after reading its summary, it was a book detailing the strengths and weaknesses of the light element, when it was most powerful, how best to absorb it and manipulate it, etc. Now, if Lionel continued on to want to learn what this world called a magic art, and it happened to be one of the light element, the information he gained from Friend of Light would subconsciously meld into his thoughts, helping him to comprehend the intricacies of the magic art with much greater speed. This was just the simplest example. What if Lionel instead added dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of force arts to his Dreamscape? Would he be able to see the patterns between them, see through the unique quirks, and even become capable of modifying and creating new force arts using this method? And what if he added just as many blueprints to his Dreamscape? If he had all sorts of force crafts floating in his mind, wouldn't he be able to optimize his crafts by compiling the strengths and weaknesses of many? This was what he wanted his Dreamscape to be capable of. Almost like an advanced AI that was capable of learning through trial and error. He wanted his Dreamscape to consume all the knowledge in the world, until he could deduce anything from even the smallest hints. This was only the beginning. If he added the enemies he battled into his Dreamscape, it might even become possible one day to predict the next move an opponent would take even before the battle began. Lionel wasn't certain if he could create a dream sculpt of a person's combat tendencies just yet, but now that the idea had popped up into his mind, he refused to let it die down. If Simeon could evolve his ability, he could do so as well. Not only would he do it, but he would do it to an even greater extent. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.